Hi. Hey. Hi. I'm Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's Tuesday on 11/11/2025. 11/11/11 is 11/11/25. It's 68 degrees in my house, and it's a Tuesday. As you can see from the clock on my wall, 2:39, 68 degrees, 11/11/11, and it's Tuesday. What's up, guys? How are you doing? I love you guys. Thank you so much. I just walked for, let us see, I walked for 4.95 miles. Oops. Let's see if I can get this again. Outdoor walk. There we go. 4.95 miles. I drove and did grocery shopping and errands and stuff. I came back, did dishes, ate Taco Bell lunch. I got 2 cheesy bean and rice burritos. They were pretty good. And now I'm about to open another hash twist. It's time to open another hash twist. We've got a choice between Raspberry Skywalker, Northern Lights, which was 98%, and this one is 97%. And the indica is Unicorn Piss at 99%. We'll do the Unicorn Piss, I believe. Yep, and then we'll put this back in the bag. Put the twist in the bag, bitch. There we go. Gonna cut her open. Take off the rubber tip. And go raw dog, bitch. Opening a new twist is always fun. Yeah. Yeah, look at that beautiful color of amber. It's like the amber in Jurassic Park. It's the same sort of thing. Tree sap. I love you guys. I am going to play some games. I'm logging into the various different games. I'm going to drop it off the big face. Oh, look, I have a sunspot or whatever they call that. Gob ray. I have a gob ray on my video, which is dope. I have a gob ray. Look at the gob ray. It's like right there. Look, you can see it. God ray. God ray. I'm touching God's balls. God ray. Sorry. Now, okay, we're going out. You killed my procs, which was so annoying. My procs. My procs. I should go to Dixie and haul. I think I might. I don't know. Hell no, I believe I will just stay here. No, I will go out there with a miasmos. There's nothing stopping me, really. I will get filaments together. We have one to go out there, but we don't have one to go back. Prox. Yeah, I'll take a prox. 1 prox. Nope. 1 prox out there. Oops. Gotta get in the miasmos board. And, okay, then we go out.
Warp drive active.
Tempted to buy this rusty LC for that saw blade, but I don't know. Nope. Okay. I have nothing. Why doesn't this have anything?
Warp drive
Oh,
active.
I'm going to turn my fan off. I'll be right back. Just blowing all the nasty air up here.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Chickens. Pet. 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 20 eggs, no corn. Four hours old. They are 16% ripe. Oh, I missed planting one, I guess. They're out of water. The corn yield will be 7. 36. That's not series 27. We'll cover it, so we will harvest all. Ooh, Sid's Farming Frenzy. Nice. Harvest all. Harvest all. Clear all. Clear all. Clear all. No, phone's ringing. Excuse me just a second. Hello? Sorry, guys, got to step away for 5 minutes. Notice it was within 60 seconds of starting my stream because I am a fucking serf slave to a fucking shithead fascist. Just saying. Hi guys, sorry about that. Gotta feed the chickens before I was so rudely interrupted. Sorry. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, my headphones.
It all began with a stone, or so the legend says. In ages past, a sentient jewel, enormous and beautiful, banished the darkness. Its many-colored light filled the world with life, and brought forth mighty gods. Bathed in that light, the world entered an age.
Not bad as a heal. I wish it was a little better. I wish it was like 10 health like pumpkins. Pumpkins are a good heal. I think I'm going to get the other water bottle out of the car because I'm not using it. I'm only using that car as a spawn. Let's listen to about Pirate Software by June the King. Pirate Software, the legacy of a liar.
How does a highly respected creator go from getting over 1 billion views a year to losing it all the following year? It's simple. Do not.
No. Absolutely not at fault there.
Admit.
So for everyone who's mad about that, fine. Be angry about it.
Fault.
We are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero accountability, dude.
Jason Thor Hall grew a small following while proudly acting as the face of his game studio, Pirate Software. While this developed, his indie game Heartbound did not. For nearly a decade, he has been teasing progress on Animus, a single chapter in his 5-chapter game. Progress further stalled when he became something of an online...
Wait, what? What happened? Oh, damn it.
Here, but more so his face.
Oops. Start over, sorry.
How does a highly respected creator go from getting over 1 billion views a year to losing it all the following year? It's simple. Do not.
No. Absolutely not at fault there.
Admit.
So for everyone who's mad about that, fine. Be angry about it.
Fault.
We are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero accountability, dude.
Jason Thor Hall grew a small following while proudly acting as the face of his game studio, Pirate Software. While this developed, his indie game Heartbound did not. For nearly a decade, he has been teasing progress on Animus.
He's a
single
software
chapter
developer.
in his 5-chapter
He's a
game.
dev
Progress
rifter.
further stalled when he became something of an online
software
icon. Through his
developers.
YouTube shorts,
Gotta
Thor would grow
love him.
rapidly. His viewership increased by 31,000%.
That's weird.
in
I like
November
Pirate Software,
2023
too. I think his
alone.
personality
Here,
is
he would
shitty,
disseminate
but I think
advice
he's
and
funny.
establish his lore that would pay
He's
into
a
his
smart
credibility.
man.
Yeah, my last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of
If
Energy.
it's true.
Yeah.
If
No,
all
my dad
that's
didn't
true.
inspire the WoW guy
If
from
all
South
that's
Park. My
true.
dad is the WoW guy from South Park. I am a content creator specifically
dad
because
is
a
the
game
WoW guy
developer
from South
that has
Park.
worked in this industry for 20 years.
Pirate Software was massive,
kinda believe
but not
him. I
unstoppable.
believe him.
It was in January of 2025 that he, alongside hundreds of content creators, joined in a massive collaborative gaming venture in the MMO World of Warcraft, a game which he not only helped develop, but was also supposedly an expert in. It was his failure here, but more so his failure to admit fault, that unraveled everything.
Straight up, bro, this dude is a complete fraud.
No, that's the issue. This guy's egoistical as
The internet watched live as a life and tech guru struggled with even the simplest of PR decisions. For months, Pirate would only address the compounding criticisms with unsatisfactory and snide retorts. This caused his indie game to lose support, brought a sharp decline in views, and fueled an endless stream of expose videos that have meticulously unearthed his controversial past and discredited every one of his achievements.
I've been called a pedophile, zoophile, corporate plant, degenerate, narcissist, nepo baby, and many other names. and they attacked all the accomplishments over my life despite physical evidence to prove to the contrary.
To get the fullest understanding, this video aims to capture all of Pirate software, from its controversial history to present day.
I'm learning to just warp.
In 1987, Jason Thor Hall was born, and 4 years later, a game studio integral to the story of Thor was founded.
If I can't say no good about someone, then I'll say nothing at all.
Silicon and Synapse, composed of 3 University of California graduates, worked to port video games, essentially translating them to work on other systems. This included a game based on Lord of the Rings and other high fantasy
I like that
games. Through their continued success, they developed their own original IPs. Joey Ray Hall, Thor's father, was a new hire and responsible for many things. But
He
mostly
is the
artwork.
WoW guy.
The studio then renamed itself Chaos Studios. As reported by PC Gamer, this was a decision made because, quote, people would often mistake silicon for silicone, thinking breast implants instead of electronics, unquote. As the studio saw continued success, its senior employees earned promotions. Joey Ray Hall, through his work as an artist, a 3D modeler, and a supervisor, would eventually create and lead the cinematic team. At this point, the company had rebranded as Blizzard. It had become famous for its high fantasy original IPs like Warcraft and Diablo.
Hello, my friend.
Also in the 1990s, they released science fiction RTS StarCraft. All of these games were rich in lore and strategy and were developed with care.
Go, go, go. Let's move.
While Blizzard was earning its status as an iconic game studio, there was trouble brewing for Thor and his family.
Yeah, we had a moment. My dad and my mom split up when I was very young, right? And when they split up, we actually got the chance to, like, which house do you want to live with from, like, the court? And I was like, chose my dad because my mom was very emotionally driven, and it just kind of freaked me out.
Thor, now in high school and wrestling with the emotions of his parents' divorce, used art as an outlet.
In high school, I became the leader of comic book club, so I started comic book club.
Yeah,
But it
he's
wasn't
not
like we're collecting
He's not the type probably to do well around women. No, I wouldn't say.
comics. It was we're making them, and then that's actually when I made the comic that is Heartbound today, because I made it when I was like 16. In high school, I became the leader of comic book club, so I started comic book club, but it wasn't like we're collecting comics. And then that's actually when I made the comic that is Heartbound today.
Eventually, Heartbound would take the form of a video game. For now, what Thor had was the story and the emotion behind it.
Yeah. And it's funny, people in chat are talking about The Tower, which is a chapter in our game Heartbound. And yeah, that's completely what that's about. It's all about, you know, my relationship with my mom growing up and everything like that. That's why I made that section of the game. It was kind of a cathartic thing for me to build that portion of the video game about that. I think for me, when I was young, it was, I guess, it felt like the norm. Like all people are going to be like this. So that's because you have very little perspective.
This mean?
Lying to you about things, gaslighting, saying things that happened that didn't happen, all kinds of stuff, right? And it's it's a really bad feeling.
Thor, at around age 17, secured possibly his first job through the help of his father, who among hundreds of employees, was one of the elite. One of the first 10 employees at Blizzard before it was Blizzard.
The relationship with Blizzard, I mean, obviously your dad worked there. Did he just, you know, help you get in the door initially?
So he did back in 2004. So there was a bit of nepotism that happened there, which I don't like, right? So like I stayed there for about 6 months and I was terrible at the job. I was awful, 100%. And I left because it was like a lot of shame from that. It's like, I only got this job because of you. I'm not very good at it. This sucks, you know? So I left and I went freelance for about 5 years and I made stuff online. I actually built things in Second Life.
Second Life, a multiplayer simulation released in 2003, was meant to capture a more mainstream audience seeking escapism.
Second Life is not a game. It is a multi-user virtual environment. It doesn't have points or scores. It doesn't have winners or losers.
Though Second Life, at its peak, did have over 1 million casual players, a more goal-driven, high-fantasy game would take the throne in terms of cultural impact and active user base. This was none other than World of Warcraft. This MMO, based on the Warcraft games, was a cultural phenomenon. The expansive worlds, full of millions of active users, birthed stories of great achievement and crippling addiction.
Oh no! No! What?
So much so that even the television series South Park made an episode dedicated to it titled Make Love, Not Warcraft.
Even the people, when we did this episode in conjunction with the people at Blizzard, the people who actually, you know, produced the game. And even they were like, boys, some of these people are losers that play this game all the time. Even the people who work for the company.
Thor's father, Joey Ray Hall, was one of the people Blizzard sent over to make this happen. As such, he was given the honor of becoming the inspiration for He Who Has Not Life, the antagonist of the episode. While Joey Ray Hall had cemented himself as somewhat of a cultural icon, mostly within the company, Thor, as a freelance contractor for players of Second Life, had started his own journey.
As funny as that is, did a whole ton of commissions, actually moved out, went off and lived on my own in Colorado, and like learned programming, learned how to do 3D modeling and texturing and like releasing things and you know, living on my own, off my own creations, everything like that.
On May 7th, 2006, Thor began his journey on Second Life under the character Maldavius Victory.
Maldavius Victory is such an effing name.
Over the years, this account will be renamed Constable Victory, Clockwork, Sexually Transmitted Bees,
Sexually Transmitted Bees,
Shitposting AI, King of Space, Thor, and Malware. In the space, Thor began relatively small and unknown. It was only 6 months after Thor was exposed to this world that he created his Fur Affinity account. Here, he would commission artwork, like his furry avatar inspired by a ferret. Even his profile picture was commissioned, likely using him and
like
a ferret as reference. Not only was Thor a fan of this artwork, but also according to Avastar, a Second Life magazine, and a piece written by Bilbo Winkler, quote, "Funky furry Maldavius Victory owns Darksphere Creations as well as being a talented sculptor," unquote. In this interview, Thor, as Maldavius, states he helps tag griefers and that he himself owns his own hangout spot, a club known as Darksphere Creations, or DCS for short. This was built by him and a few other artisans. At some point, Darksphere Creations became more than a location. It became a company and an online store. As per this article on land sales in Second Life, quote, "He bought his own sim. DCS is a content business that was founded September 16, 2006. Unquote. Thor, alongside an artist known as Wingless.
You know, it's funny, I knew a guy like this, except he had a crippling meth addiction, and he had like 5 businesses that he had started, and he just talked to these people. While he was on meth, he would talk to them, and he'd be like, I'm going to do this, just going to do this, and he was like that too. When he talked, he was like, I'm going to do this, and you know, he was just a crazy forward dude. He got very laid, he had a lot of money, he had a lot of his father's money and stuff, and he would show up. He would be there for like an hour, and then somebody would bomb him out and take him somewhere else. And by somewhere else, I mean like you would go over to his house, and you'd be like partying with him and buying drugs from him and stuff. And then somebody would come and take him away from his own house to go party somewhere else. And he'd be like, just stay here. And you'd be like, but dude, you're like leaving. And he'd be like, no, just stay here with all my friends, and I'll be back in like 3 hours or something. He would just disappear and stuff. And he did have like 5 successful businesses, but he didn't do anything but meth. He didn't do a single thing. I know, because I hung out with him for like a week one time, and he didn't do shit. He had 5 businesses. They would call him on the phone all the time, and he'd be like, do this, do that. We're in the future, we're going to do this and this. And he would talk to them all day long, and you could tell there was money involved and stuff like this, but he wasn't actually doing anything. He was just sitting there doing meth with us in the living room. He wasn't actually doing anything like me or whatever. I suppose he kind of taught me a lot about what success is for a crazy person. It's sort of weird. And he just talked his way into like all these crazy businesses, and he took his crew in his circle, and I forget what he called them. It was like Sun Up Productions or something like that. I forget what he did, but he was like Sun Up Productions, and he like started his own production company, and then he had like a painting company that he didn't work at, and it was just how my other friend met him. And then he had like, you know, he was a drug dealer, and then he was also like a pimp, and he wasn't really a pimp, but he was like a guy who can hook you up with women that were looking for dates. I don't know what else you would call that. Is that a pimp? No, because he didn't follow women around and beat up like Johns and stuff like this. No, he just knew a lot of loose women, and he would just hook them up with people who were looking for loose women. I don't know what you would call that. It's a socialite? I don't know what you would call it. It's kind of crazy. I suppose you could call it a social pimp. Yeah, I would say he was like a social pimp, because I don't think he ever trafficked women. He didn't take any money from them. He didn't, you know, he would just hook them up with people who were looking for loose women. It was just sort of saying he was an interesting dude to hang around. But when you really got down to it, when you really began to understand it, his entire life was a crisis. He never did anything. He had his daddy's money, but his parents hated him. And I had several friends like this. I had another friend. I'd really like to say his name because he's still rich. He's still so rich and probably so successful. But, white boys from like Littleton, Colorado with too much money and totally fucking crazy. Totally crazy. Now, if his dad was one of the original Blizzard guys, they probably had a lot of money.
Moto would work to sell.
Not a lot of money, but probably like 7 figures. His dad probably made 7 figures. Probably around, like my mother, probably around like 7 mil in their lifetime or something like that, but it takes about 20 years to do it or whatever. They're making like $550 a year or something, but it's so much work and so much stress and stuff. But yeah, his father probably had money, which is how he's able to sit around, play video games all day. See, when I did it, I had to leave the house at the age of 16. I didn't come back till I was 24. I always worked. I always had a job. Now, he mentioned that, but I think there was this point where he came back and probably started spending daddy's money. I stole some money from my mother when I was a drug addict, but I didn't blow thousands of dollars on gambling or liquor or women or drugs. Nothing like that. I would steal $30 to go buy a 20 sack and Taco Bell, shit like this. Maybe $100, $200, something like that, but never I bankrupted us or something like this. Nothing bad, nothing. I have a wonderful relationship with my mother, and she doesn't hate me because I never did anything I did some fucked up shit, but I never stole that much from her.
So I had a business.
Worst thing I ever did was try to steal $1,400 from her. And she caught me immediately, and it was actually a cry for help. It was the second time I was going to commit suicide. I went to go buy a bunch of gifts for my girlfriend at the time. And she was like, why did you try to steal $1,400 from me on Amazon? And I was like, well, I don't want to tell you this, and I'm sorry, but, gonna leave here soon, next couple of days. It's the hardest conversation I ever had. First time I didn't warn her. I just wrote a note in blood and I fucking left. I didn't warn her, nothing at all. It was on New Year's Eve. It was terrible. She was leaving town and she was moving out the next day on January 2nd. And I attempted suicide because I was like, I'm not falling down to the streets again. I've done it too many times. I'm not doing it again. So I just wrote the note, and the note was like, I lost this and this girl. I lost this and this job. I am addicted to this and this drug. And I don't like my life. I can't stop playing World of Warcraft. It doesn't pay money. I know that I'm not going to stop playing World of Warcraft. I know it's never going to pay money. If it does, it'll be a miracle. I wrote this in a note. All the stuff I'm saying. I wish I was kidding too, but no, that's verbatim the note I wrote. I was like, I'm in love with this and this girl. She moved to California. I'm not leaving Colorado. I love my friends, but they've all moved away to the four corners of the earth because we're 24 and it just wasn't what it was for 8 years, 10 years. And it got good again 3.5, 4 years later, but it took a while. And it just sucked. And so I ate 100 naproxens and 100 Tylenol PMs. But I also smoked 2 bowls of meth, which totally, it was upper and downer time. I puked and puked and puked and puked and puked blood all over the fucking basement, all over the walls, on the carpet, all the way to the toilet. I'm not kidding. It was 15 feet of blood, just puking blood as I ran to the toilet repeatedly. And then I would run back to the bed to lie down because I was sick. And it was an inflatable mattress because we were moving out the next day. My mother came down at 9 in the morning and it was a bloodbath all over the fucking living room, all over the living room in the basement and into the bathroom. It looked like somebody, and I was hugging the toilet when she found me. And she was like, oh my God. And she called 911 and, it was crazy. She thought I'd been murdered. Not fun. So then, a few years later, the exact same thing happened again. 13 years later, I was like, no, I'm in the madhouse. I wrote the note. I was like, I'm in the madhouse. you know, the 2-year inpatient mental health facility. I'm facing 10 years in jail for less than a gram. I want to blow up the Lindsay Flanagan courthouse, and I made several threats to judges this year about that because they're really pushing 10 years for less than a gram. I really don't like them. I don't like the system. I would kill them if I could. I'd rather just leave than kill them because I feel like I've already hunted police and I'm about to hunt police again. I don't like the system. I don't like the fucking fascists, and I would fight them if I could. All this other shit, and that's like what I wrote in the note. And then I was like, well, I'm leaving behind a girlfriend and several best friends and a deep crew that runs several hundred strong. And so I got to do something. And I was like, if I were to do anything for anybody, it would be something for Cloud Candy, because I know I'm the only person in her life. Just like how she's the only person in mine. I know that I'm the only person in her life. I mean, she had friends, but she didn't have anybody that she could confide in, like a real friend. I was like her only real friend, and I was, you know, she was my only real friend. And we talked daily for hours on text, and it was just hard. It was a hard time. COVID was happening. COVID was another thing. I was like, it's COVID, and I don't think it's ever going to end. It was just hard. And then I jacked $1,400 worth of Amazon shit. I sent it to her house, my girlfriend's house. And my mom caught it within an hour and canceled all of it and called me. And she was like, before I send the police to where you live, tell me what happened. And I was like, I'm sorry. I was leaving. And she was like, no. You just got this $40,000 payment from the government. Why would you leave? I'm going to buy a house for you. We're going to give you a second chance. You can get sober out here. We're not going to judge you. You don't have to live with us. You can have food and water and power, and you can pursue a career or a job or just be yourself or do nothing. She was like, nothing at all if you want. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I'm sorry. I really was going to take another 100 naproxen and 100 Tylenol PM. I laughed at her, and I was like, I laughed. And she was like, how can you laugh at this? And I'm like, I really thought that meth saved my life. Which is not what she wants to hear, is you're having the second suicide conversation. That's not what they want to hear. But I told her, I was like, the first time I attempted suicide, meth saved my life. It was the only reason I lived. I took enough fucking like Tylenol PMs and muscle relaxants to kill an elephant. And that's what the doctors told me. They were like, you took enough shit to kill an elephant. But because you propped yourself up with like, I don't know, like a gram of methamphetamine, you didn't die. And that's what they told me when I woke up. They're like, thank God you propped up with fucking methamphetamine or you would be dead. And I was like, okay. They were like, your heart would have stopped. And I was like, oh, okay. And they didn't say it like that, but they were like, because you have so many stimulants in your bloodstream, you didn't die. You were supposed to die, but you had so many uppers in your bloodstream, your system wouldn't stop. That's what they told me when I woke up, and I was like, oh, okay. And they're like, you have to stop doing meth. It's going to kill you. That's what it was my mom's best friend telling me that too. She was the nurse at Lutheran at that time at the Lutheran hospital. And she was the one I woke up to. My mom's best friend. She's still her best friend. And like, I woke up to my mom's best friend. I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? I expected my mother or my best friend or something. I was like, what the fuck are you doing here, S? And she was like, hi. She was like, you almost died. And I was like, yeah, I attempted suicide. And what am I doing here? I'm unhappy. And she was like, yeah. You had a lot of meth in your bloodstream. Are you okay? And I was like, no. And she was like, yeah, we read the note. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry you had to do that. And then she was like, no, it's okay. We need to know what we're dealing with. And I was like, okay. And she was like, I'm going to advise you for a ton of stuff, and you're going to go get some help and stuff. And I did. But then 3 days later, they just, it was all over. All the help was over. It was like, okay, you're out of danger. You're not suicidal anymore. You can see that it didn't work, and that most people, when they try, they fail, and all this other stuff. And they're like, you're going to do this again? And I was like, no, I tried. And I promised my mom's best friend as I left. And she was like, are you going to do this again? And I was like, no, I promise you on my heart and soul and God or whatever you believe in, my father's grave or whatever, I won't try this again. I'm terribly sorry. By the way, I had learned that my father had died recently, and I think that was part of it too. I just, it's just 2 tears in a bucket, right? I can't even laugh about it. I can laugh about this, but I can't even cry about it anymore. And so then, that was the second suicide attempt. And that was just, that was the first suicide attempt. The second one, I just like dialed up like $1,400 worth of Amazon shit on the phone. I left like a 60-second thing that I wrote on my fucking ink pad. And then I was just like, all right, time for Tylenol PMs and naproxens without the meth this time. And I was like, sweet release. And I hit the buy button on Amazon. And as I was like preparing the last 45 minutes of my life or whatever. The second time I was like prepared, I had the bottles and everything, and I get this phone call, and I was like, I should answer the phone. It's my mom. I don't know what she wants, but I haven't spoken to her in like, I don't know, 9 days or something. I think we're probably fine. And I answered the phone, and she was like, what did you do? And I was like, oh no. And she was like, you stole money from me. And I was like, no, I stole merchandise from you on Amazon. Sorry. And she was like, no, you stole money from me. And I was like, yeah, I did. But I mean, I didn't go take money from you. I used the money to buy something as a goodbye present for my girlfriend. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. And she was like, what? Yeah. I was like, I'm leaving right now. You called me as I was about to like eat the pills. I was like, I'm leaving right now. And she was like, no, you have to give me a second chance. We're going to fix your life. You're going to get the help you need. You're getting the help you need. You have three meals. This is what she said to me. She was like, you're getting the help you need. You're getting 3 meals a day. You're getting a therapist every single day. You're getting a psychiatrist once a week. You're doing drug tests every week. You're sober. You're doing fine. Not like, every day. Well, it was every day. It was mouth swabs every single day, every morning for 2 solid years. It sucked. It was some of the darkest time of my life. And she was like, you're getting the help that you need. How much money did they send you? You just bought a new computer. And I was like, yeah, but I can't help my girlfriend. I can't get a job. They're fixing to fuck me for 10 years. They've already fucked me for 4 years just waiting for it. I'll probably be in here another 2 years waiting when they delay my case because of COVID. I was like, I'll probably die of COVID. All this other shit. I'll die on the streets. At the end of it, they're all just going to throw me in jail. And when I get out of it 10 years later, when I die, I told her, I was like, when I get out of jail 10 years from now, I told her, I was like, dead serious too. She was like, you can't be serious about this. And I was like, I am fucking serious about this. When I get out of jail 10 years from now, I'm not gonna commit suicide in a fucking jail because they make that basically impossible. I'm not gonna maim myself trying. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm not gonna fucking live in constant pain because I keep trying to kill myself. I'm gonna wait till they give me a chance or whatever. And then, the day I get out of prison, I'm going to end it. I told her, I was like, it doesn't matter if they fuck me for 10 years. I'm not going to kill myself in there because it's probably really hard to do. But I mean, like, but I was like, the day I get out, I'll be gone. It's like, motherfucker, the human race killed me. I used to say shit like that to my mother. I'd be like, the human race fucking killed me. You understand? I'm not a member of the human race anymore. And I wasn't wrong. You can understand from how the only person that ever calls me ever is my mother, right? For watch, you've sat here for 4 fucking years. Anybody who's loyal to my stream and shit, they've sat in my stream for 4 fucking years now. 3 years, and no, it has been 4 years. My stream anniversary just came up, or I don't care about that, honestly. I don't care about holidays or birthdays or anything because I've been living on a fucking borrowed life since I was 27 years old. I'm 44, 46 some odd years old now, somewhere around there. And and living on borrowed time for 17 years, understanding that everything is borrowed and everything is like, it's cool. Every day is borrowed. I really don't give a shit what happens. I don't care if Donald Trump wins or whatever. I don't care if the fascists win. I just want the fascists out of my own personal face now. I don't really give a flying fuck about the human race, and they'll take me to task about that later. But I mean, if you have the same stories, you would understand. There was that time, right before they threatened to throw me in prison for 10 years for possession of less than a gram, where they broke my fucking ribs and then tossed me in a paddy wagon and bounced me around for fucking whatever it was. It was like, I don't know, an hour and 45 minutes or something like that. Whatever it was, it felt like 3 hours. It was incalculable. It was the worst torture I ever experienced. Or that time I was in city jail where they had like a fucking sound warfare device going off for 2 solid days. And it sounds like bullshit, but I mean, everybody there was affected. We were crying and fucked up as shit. Like, I mean, that's not some fucking lie. That happened to me. I called up the guard. I hammered on the fucking window and I was like, what is that fucking sound? And he was like, the pipe's leaking. And I was like, I can't have the sound. It's been, a day and a half. I'm waiting on a court date here. I can't do this sound. It's going to cause me to commit suicide. It's this high pitched screech that's causing me mental issues. You got to give me a different cell or something. It's like sound warfare. You can't. And he was like, I can't do shit about the pipe and I can't move you. And I was like, oh, I can. And I feel like that did psychologically affect me, kind of. It's like being in the shoe or something like that. That psychologically fucking affected me when I couldn't get out of that city jail cell and they fucking ran that screech for God goddamn 2.5 days or something like that. It affected my fucking psyche. You can hear it when they threw me in the goddamn paddy wagon with the broken fucking ribs that I took from a voluntary citizen arrest. I was like, I submit to you. You can call the cops. I don't want to battle you. I don't want to fight you or anything like that. He was like, nah, get down. I was like, oh, all right. And he tackled me. He was like, get down now. And I was like, he tackled me. And he was like 100 pounds heavier than me. I was like 300 pounds. He was 400 pounds. And he broke my fucking ribs. And then they threw me in the back of a fucking paddy wagon. And they traveled me across the city to 5 different prisons before they took me to fucking Denver General to treat my broken ribs. And it sucked. You ever been in a paddy wagon? It's like, and I had my fucking shit cuffed behind me, not behind me, but in front of my back and shit. So I'm like, oh, I can't brace. I can't hold the rim of the bench. My fucking ribs are broken and they keep bouncing me around. And my broken ribs keep fucking, it's like, I'm sorry for the nightmare feel. Most people can't actually probably handle it, but I had to handle it. And I hate them, and I would blow up their goddamn courthouse if I could, honestly. So I got away from the city. I got away from these people to do these things. I stopped doing the drugs to make myself fucking culpable to their fucking torture or whatever the fuck. And I left a second time. I was like, nah, my girlfriend's fucking gone. Some dude fucking threatened to kill her and me, and he tried to kill me with a circular saw. Now I put him in jail, so I'm looking forward to fearing him for the rest of my life, for the comeuppance of putting him in jail for an attempted murder for 2 to 5 years and shit, like some kind of Hollywood movie. I gotta worry about some axe murderer like fucking Sideshow Bob or whatever showing up at my fucking front door for the rest of my fucking life. And shit like that I put in the second suicide note. I was like, I gotta worry about motherfucking, I'm not going to say his name. I don't want war with him. I don't want any more war with him than I already had. I'm not going to say his fucking name. And whatever. And that motherfucker, dude, like when he went to jail, the day he went to jail, I got this text from his friend. He used to be my friend, one of my best friends and stuff. But he went with the crazy person to attack me because they didn't like where I was squatting. They both didn't like where I was squatting because it was a friend of theirs house. But that's not a reason to come attack me in the middle of the fucking night in a squat with no lights. It's really not. It's horror movie nightmare fuel shit. Show up at 10:30 in the morning, knock on the fucking door and yell through the door if I don't answer. Don't sneak in the back fucking window with a crowbar looking to come kill me or something like that. I have to defend myself as they push in on me with flashlights and shit like that. Wolves in the night, yo. Hell's men come to my fucking squat to fucking kill me while I'm fresh off my fucking meth addiction and my girlfriend leaving me and all this other crazy shit that has to do with other fucking people's fucking problems. The fuck was that? I want to go see if that's Prox. It's Narwhal. Just gonna go visually look at him. Ooh. That's good. They can't, like, bring a car in here. Well, they can, but... Nice, my bike is at half health. I wonder if there's fuel in it. Yes, there is. How much fuel? That's a lot of fuel. I'll leave this here. It's patrol. Yeah. I think it wasn't a player. It was a zombie. I don't know what, it's weird. It's like, so as a streamer, I think about all the dark shit before I just, and my mother convinced me. She was like, they've already sent you like $5,000. They're going to send you at least 20. And she was like, what will you do with it? She was like, think about the $20,000 that they're going to send you for pandemic unemployment assistance over the next year. She was like, what will you spend on it? And I was like, rent. And I got angry with her. I was like, rent? Your fucking generation charges us goddamn $25,000 fucking dollars a fucking year for fucking rent? I get so fucking angry at the fucking baby boomers. I hate them like Nazis and rapists. I hate them so much. I'm like, $25,000 for fucking rent. I was like, I don't care about the $20,000. And she was like, why? She was like, why? That's a lot of money. And I was like, because it just goes for rent. It's still slavery serfdom. And I can't say most of these nasty things without breaking her mind. But I mean, like, I'm like, I don't value the 20 grand. She's like, don't you say something like they're trying to help you. Don't you say that. And I was like, I don't, oh, well, but I mean, if it goes anywhere, it'll go right the fuck back into their pockets as I pay them for rent. And I was like, if I had the 20, she was like, what'd you do with the 20 grand? She asked me that day on the second suicide attempt day when she found out I stole $1,400 from her. But I mean, I didn't get away with it. It was a cry for help. And like, you know, and she came back. She's like, I'm forgiving you for this immediately. I can see that you need help. And she's like, well, you got to give me a chance and all this shit. And I was like, okay. But it was also like, she was like, they're going to send you 20 grand. You're going to have a second lease on life. And I was like, I don't give a flying fuck about 20 grand. She was like, how are you this crazy? You don't value money? And I was like, I value what money can do for you. I don't value money because they fucking charge 20 grand for goddamn rent. Well, why the fuck would I value like money? That's just rent lost. Money to me is just rent lost, gasoline, food, water, liquor, dope. It's like, I don't give a flying fuck about money. That's all it buys. To me, that's the only things that you can buy with money besides video games that are worth buying. There's like 7 things in the world that I would spend money on. I don't give a flying fuck about money. It's only to pay for the things that I consider that I need to get by without becoming a crazy person, essentially. Video games are included. It is my life's passion, so I include video games in those lists, and I spend a lot of money on them. And like, you know, but it's like, but you can't trick me. The 20 grand is still going into the landlord's pockets. It's not going into mine. That's one of the reasons why Trump's little $2,000 doesn't really impress me that much. They've sent me 40 grand. It's still like a drop in the bucket that is their fucking affordability crisis. 40 grand doesn't do shit for you. It didn't. It did. It bought me this house. It did. It saved me. But what I mean, did it stop the problems? No, not at all. And also all that money went into rich people's pockets. It didn't go into mine. I bought this place. It went into a rich person's pocket. I bought all the stuff to fix it up and renovate it and all that. That went into a rich person's pocket. The money, yeah, the money that the government gave me, it was nice. And now I own the house. I love the house. You know, it's a great house. Thank you, government. Thank you for disability and saving me. But the other problem is it's like that is a drop in the bucket for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I have paid in my lifetime for taxes, rent, gasoline, transportation. The fucking pricing on everything is so sinfully bad, so just damningly bad on everything that we buy. They're like, I don't value the goddamn money. You couldn't convince me to rob a bank to save my mother's life. You couldn't do it because the money isn't worth anything. All it does is go into the dealer's pocket or the fucking car dealer's pocket or their landlord's pocket. It doesn't actually enrich anything. It just ensures that you have a place to go sleep at night with a fridge full of food. It doesn't really do anything for your fucking life. It ensures that you're not fucking suffering, but it doesn't really enrich you. It just makes sure that you're not suffering every single day. That's all it does. It ensures your survival. That's it. It's not like this candy ride on down drug hooker lane that the right wing seems to want to paint it as or whatever. It's just not like that. It's like, you know, it's like, nah, it was the bare minimum to get to where I was at least an acceptable human being again. And so I have a lot of issues with identity. I have a lot of issues with affordability. I have a lot of issues with racism in this country. A lot of my friends aren't white, and I see them fucking oppressed all the time. I've got a lot of fucking problems with the system. And then, you know, here's my third suicide note. You could say it's not, but it's just like, it's sort of crazy. It's like all the problems like keep just keep stacking up. And this is because you guys charge too much money for fucking everything. It's a very simple statement, and it is the cause of and the solution to all of life's problems. It's not alcohol. It's being able to afford the things that we need and like to survive. Not just need, but like. We also need video games and chess and Sudoku and fucking, you know, if sofas and your fancy designer living room makes you happy, then, you know, kumbaya or whatever. good job, whatever. So and so that money, that streamer money that they promise in this job, I don't give a flying fuck about that. Fame to me is some kind of goddamn curse that you can't ever shed. It's like an unbreakable curse that I don't want. I'll be honest about it. It's why I constantly talk shit to anybody who crosses me. I know they think my attitude's fucking garbage. I know they think I'm toxic. I don't give a flying fuck like that. I don't give a flying fuck like Trainwreck. I really don't give a flying fuck about gambling, sex, money, drugs. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I don't. I never have, never will. Don't give a flying fuck about those things. But it is extreme to a lot of the rest of the culture. It's kind of weird. So it's sort of like,
Most of the time I was working freelance.
It leads to this problem where nothing is worth fighting for. Like nothing's worth like going and dying for. No country's worth like dying in a pool of blood in the sand or whatever. It's just not like that anymore. Our ideals and our principles and whatever our money was supposed to buy isn't worth buying with money. Like the stuff that we buy with money is not worth buying with money. We deserve better than what we get. The pricing, the pricing crisis, all of it. I'm just gonna let it go. But I mean, my opinions that I wrote in my 2 suicide notes, not much about those situations changed. Like, at all. Not much about those situations have changed in the last, 15 fucking years. They were unkillable problems, unendable problems. And I don't know, they're like killing problems that are unkillable problems. You can't stop them. It's like poverty, fucking affordability, decency, respect, autonomy, freedom, the pursuit of happiness, all the stuff that we used to value as Americans. You can't even buy that shit with money anymore. The weird bastardized, watered down fucking, tequila shot that is what they call the American dream anymore isn't worth it. It's not worth it. I watched my mother try to chase it, fixing up her house all the time. And I'm just like, why would you? I told her, she was like, I can't understand. Today, she was like, I can't understand why none of these workers and none of these guys will come back after they deal with me for a couple of weeks. And I was like, it's not your personality. And she's like, I know it's not. I was like, it's not your personality. You treat them well. She was like, no, I treat them well. I pay them well. They just won't come back. And I was like, I know why, but what I have to say is negative. And she was like, everything you say is negative. And I was like, I know. That's why I tell you. I'm just not going to weigh in. But she kept digging at it. So I was like, okay. It's a Sisyphean problem. The money can't pay for all the money that you have won't pay to solve the problems that you have. You couldn't hire enough men. It would take 10 men to roll the Sisyphean life that you have right now forward up the hill to a point where there was enough work done and enough money made and enough problems solved where the rock wasn't rolling downhill anymore. And I was like, the problem that you face after my stepfather died is Sisyphean. It's a rock that rolls uphill. You're getting older. You're not getting faster. You're getting slower. Rolling the rock up the hill is getting slower. The things that you value aren't worth the money that you pay for it because nothing's worth any money anymore because of the affordability crisis and all these other things. Now, she cuts me off long before I can say all that, so I take it to my stream later. But I mean, and tells me to shut up because none of it's positive, but it is the truth. None of it is worth fighting for. It's fucking stupid. Me, her, the cats. Those things are worth fighting for. The house, the shit, the money, the problems, the sinking, the falling down to the streets. None of that stuff is worth fighting for. None of it. None of the things that we do. Going to the store, all of that stuff is almost none of it's worth doing. Almost not. Some of it is, but not all of it is worth fighting for. Not all of it anymore. It's such a rigged game. Everything out there, from the rent to the fucking problems to the assistance to the fucking government to the politicians, it's all a rigged game now. And I hate sounding like some old jaded old man. I know what it sounds like. So I often say nothing at all. Because I know that no matter what, nothing changes. Nothing ever fucking happens. Nothing ever changes. The same problems that I faced the day 9/11 happened, which was poverty, sadness, deep depression, drug abuse, tragedy, sadness, school shootings, problems, sinking, down to the street, losing jobs, losing employability, losing apartments, losing all that stuff, right? Losing friends. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just a lot of loss that makes it so that all the time that we spend working isn't really worth the amount of money that we spend, that we get from the work. It's not worth, it's like what we get for in return isn't worth it. When we buy a product, the product should be made with love. It's not, it's the bare minimum. When we pay for rent, it's double the price. I don't ever want to pay for rent again. I told my mother, I was like, I will die before I pay rent again, and I will die before I break the law ever again. And she was like, I believe you. And I was like, I won't ever pay rent again. I just will not pay shithead baby boomer fucking cocksucker landlords like Donald Trump, fucking slumlords. I will not pay them so they can close down my place and kick me out on the streets. Even after 7 years, it doesn't matter. Just, like, renting is for suckers. It's for suckers. And I told her, I was like, I will dig a hole somewhere. If I wanted to live, I told her, I was like, I'll either spend the 20 grand that they sent me, and they sent me 20 grand a year for 2 years before PUA ended. And I was like, I like every year I'm going to blow $12,000 on rent. I'm going to spend the other $8,000 on a car payment and food and water like I always have. I'm going to tread water until I can't pay rent anymore. The car will break down and I will just not be able to pay rent anymore because it's like $1,200 to $2,000 depending on how close to downtown you are. And I'm just gonna tread water. That's what I told her. I was like, she was like, what are you gonna do with the 20 grand that they send you for PUA? She was like, you should give it to me. I was like, okay, I'll give it to you. She was like, really? You're just gonna give it to me? And I was like, yeah, I'd rather give it to you than a landlord, because that's what I was gonna do with it. She was like, really? You're just gonna spend all this on rent? And I was like, that's what rent is. It's $24,000. I'm gonna put down the first month and the last month. That's $8,000 of the 20 grand that they sent. If I were to spend $300 on expenses every year, that'd be another $3,600. I'll have the nice $9,000 left over for like maybe a car payment, right? I'll go and buy a car and make payments out of that money that I set aside, and that way I can go back to work while I fucking tread water until I die. And that is verbatim the language I used to say to her. I don't beat around the bush with shithead human beings, even my own family. I don't care. I'm just like, yeah, it's, you know, sometimes I'll even hit him with the cold, like the cold truth. I remember several times I said to my mother, I was like, are you laboring under this weird, crazy Delulu notion that I ever gave a flying fuck what you think about my drug use? I still don't. She was like, what? And I'm like, I couldn't give a flying fuck what you've ever thought about my drug use. I didn't care when I was 13 years old. I don't care now when I'm 36. I don't care. I remember having this conversation. I was like, oh, no. I know you think that because you shame me all the time that I'm supposed to care what you think about my drug use. But I just think you're evil for throwing all your kids in jail for drugs. I don't think drugs are bad. I think you're bad. And I still think this. And when they ask me, I tell them. They don't like the answers, so they don't talk to me anymore. They don't. My mother, my friends, or any of the rest of these people, they don't care. They don't care what I think, because they know that it's the complete extreme. It's the World of Warcraft players like min-max. It's just jumping to the conclusion that everything we're doing is to pad some rich person's pocket. It has nothing to do with my humanity, your humanity, welfare, poor people, right wing, left wing. It doesn't matter what it is. All of it is to go fucking pad someone else's pocket, as long as it's not mine. So you can call that a world worth living in, or a world worth working for, or like a world worth paying taxes in, or whatever, but it's not. You know it's not. If you have to live your life, the bare minimum, and every product that you buy is the bare minimum of what they can get away with, be it the dope or the alcohol or the food or the rent or whatever the fuck it is. Whatever you buy a product, almost always, not generally, but almost always, not always, but almost always, but not always, but almost always, that product is not worth the money that you spend. Not the video game, not the car, not the house, not the education, none of it. And so then you're like, man, I spent so much money. Why should I try anymore? It's not a doomer thing. It's more like I got smart, woke up, and I understood that the government's not my friend anymore. They might send me money, but this is because they know that I'm in such dire straits that I'm basically an unhelpable cause. So they throw money down that hole, hoping that I don't die. But I mean, I'm not stupid like everybody the fuck else. I'm not going to run your fucking matrix of fear to buy your rent, to pay for your drugs and your alcohol. So you can fuck me in the ass for $50 for a bottle of alcohol, or $50 for a fucking eighth of marijuana, or $50 for a video game, or $50 for fucking ordering pizza, or $50 for whatever. It's just insane. Who the fuck has $50? It's not $3.50 anymore. It's about $50, motherfucker. It's $50 to fill a tank of gas. $50 to get a fucking hotel room, at least, more like $100. Like, it's just insane. It's like, motherfucker, this affordability crisis is killing us. And no, the world that you built with it isn't worth fighting for. And I don't care what wars you go to. If you go to war again, I'll just kill you. I mean, I'm dead serious. I will kill my own government. If my own government tries to go to war again, I'll just kill them. Because because what would you do? Okay, if your government tells you to go to war with Afghanistan again, would you kill your government, which is right here? If you didn't believe in doing that, and I didn't believe in it the first time they told me to go do that when I was 18 years old and 9/11 happened, and they're like, you're a young man, you're 18 years old, you should sign up and go to Afghanistan. I was like, you should suck a fucking dick. I don't believe you should be in Afghanistan. I believe white people killed 3,000 white people, and I don't think people in caves over there in the sand did this. I'm terribly sorry. It sounds racist, but it's actually racist against white people. I believe white people did this. I don't believe the sand people over there in the caves did this. I believe the CIA did this. They're the one with the qualifications. It's called the false flag scenario. There's nothing else you can ever tell me differently. And ever since 9/11, I just don't buy their shit. I know everything is the Patriot Act. Everything's the fucking, what do they call it in 2025? It's the Project 2025 or whatever. Yeah, Project 2025 is just the Patriot Act re-sussed out, like, for more fascism, slavery with extra steps, you know? Or sorry, serfdom with extra steps.
I was working on things with another person.
So we're just going to get off of the negativity roll, from the suicide notes to the death of your country, to the death of your love life, to the death of your fucking like sanity in the madhouse, to the fucking the notes that you write in your suicide notes and the things that you say about the world and all this. I could hide all this, but no, that's the world that these shithead cocksucker fucking baby boomers built. And it is them. It's not us. We didn't build this world. They set it up like that. They're the one with the 2 houses, the 5 cars, and the $1 trillion. They're the ones Elonald's age. They're the ones with diaper Don fucking tendencies. That's not us. No, they not like us. They not like us. They not like us, you know? Okay, so we had a disconnect there. Sorry about that.
Came from, and it didn't show you until the actual end of the film that it came from a zoonotic transfer between a bat eating a banana, the banana falls on the floor, and then the pig eats it, because that's how most viruses are made. It's cross-contamination between 2 animals that should have not been interacting with each other. Now, one thing I do love, it shows like a timeline, and it also has this kind of like countdown of like, you know, how many months, how many days, how many seconds. Obviously, you can tell if you're watching, this is going to be the moment where everything goes to shit. It does take a while to build up. The show can be slow at some points, but it always leads up to something. That there is no filler. There is no bit where we cut to Walt Jr. playing Minecraft on his iPad. So again, I think because the whole kind of like, you know, invasion, extraterrestrial threat, or like a virus, it's so oversaturated. There is nothing Vince could have done to make something original. I mean, even with The Walking Dead, for example, like the wildfire virus, it was never explained where that came from. And then you had people like on Reddit and stuff like theorizing that it came from the water because, oh, if you watch episode 1 of season 1 of Fear the Walking Dead, there's a big focus on water. Like, the dad's a plumber, he's fixing the water, he's drinking water. Like, it was just cope. It was complete cope. There is no origin of an infection that you can do now that someone hasn't already done before. It's way too saturated. So I like the fact that it's been a mix of so many different things. So obviously we get introduced to Carol. She can definitely come across as very cynical, but her partner or wife or whatever, she's basically grounding her. So, you know, she's functional. She can go to these book conferences because she's a very successful writer where she basically sits there like reading her own books in front of people. But then very, very quickly, this virus is released everywhere. So what happens in the show at one point, they actually, you know, they're testing it on animals, they don't get anything, and then they actually find it in a rat, and then the rat bites this woman. I know it sounds very generic. She goes to like wash her hands and stuff, and then she kind of stops, and then she starts convulsing, And then the lab technician actually drags her out. Keep in mind, by the way, where they're doing these experiments is like a BSL-4 contained environment. You know the ones you've seen where like they're in the big hazmat suits and they've got their own air supply because what they're dealing with is so dangerous. The fact that, you know, she removed the glove to wash her hands and then also was dragged out by a colleague, you could chalk it up as a cope to like, you know, the stress and panic, and like he's never had to deal with this before. He's been taught how to deal with it, but he's never actually had to deal with it in person. So he's just looking out for a friend. That's like one of the weaker bits of the show, but it's really just to set up how much better everything gets. And one thing that I absolutely love about this show, there's not this bit where it's like, oh, you're going to be okay, and then she infects the colleague. We skip past that because we know that's going to happen. We know that this woman is basically going to be patient zero. So the way that they spread this contagion around initially is by kissing people, because it's the fastest way to basically get the virus into their body, because obviously, you know, your saliva, you carry so many pathogens in there. So it does start to jump ahead pretty quickly. But one thing you notice is these infected people, they're unionized, right? They're acting like a hive mind. They're not like 28 days later infected where they're just going, just like going around biting people, you know, just looking for the next person. They're incredibly organized, and you can tell that they haven't lost any kind of intelligence. If anything, it seems that they're getting more intelligent. And this is why in the show, they're able to infect the entire world, because they're not mindless infected that can be locked off like in the UK, like in 28 Days Later. I do like as well, a little side note about 28 Days Later. They were forced to make 28 Weeks Later, which wasn't involved with Alex Garland or Danny Boyle, the directors and the writers of the original. And at the end of that film, the rage virus spreads all over Europe. And then that's why when you watch 28 Years Later, there's that little text me like, it was driven back, because it's like, no, we're not messing with that film. That film was shit. But again, because they're so organized, this is how they're able to infect the entire planet so quickly. They're purposely contaminating things that people would use, like for example, you know, licking like donut trays and stuff. You even see a scene of like multiple planes flying over, and it's very obvious they're dropping some kind of aerosol to infect, you know, millions of people simultaneously, so no one actually has a chance to get away. And one thing we learn throughout the show is they are a hive mind, but they actually are a collective consciousness as well. So anyone that gets infected, even after they die, all of their memories and, more importantly, everything they've learned throughout life is retained by every other person. This is why this is probably the most terrifying infection to be up against, because you're basically up against the mass intelligence of every single person on the planet. That's why, for example, you'll be able to have kids that can do open heart surgery, or you could have like a young woman learn to fly like a cargo plane, even though it just doesn't make sense, because they're using the intelligence of everyone else. Now, obviously, like I said, Carol is the main focus. She finds out pretty quickly that she's immune. They try to infect her and they fail. And it seems that because they can't infect her, they actually accept her. Not as like, you know, into the collective, but you're your own person. We just want to make you happy now. We just want to make sure you get everything you need. You want some Reddit gold? Go for it. You want Discord Nitro? We've got you. There is a very interesting scene where one person tries to kiss Carol to obviously infect her, and then they've never done it since, because obviously as soon as that person did it, it didn't work immediately. The collective have realized, okay, this is a problem now. We have to deal with this. Like, you know, it's not like every 5 minutes there's someone running up to Carol and just like, you know, like just, you know, just something like that, because they know it's pointless. Now, obviously, Carol, she's terrified about all these infected people that are speaking together, looking at her, and also she actually lost her partner as well, because her partner slapped her head on the concrete when the takeover was happening. Because when you're taken over and it's not directly, it's through an external means like an aerosol, you basically go through a change. Like when the woman was bit on the finger by the rat, she started having seizures. When the aerosol was dropped, people started having seizures. But then when you're kissed, it seems to be slightly different because it's a more direct transfer. Now, there's this amazing scene, and I think it builds up. It's going to build up the rest of the series, where Carol freaks out. She's traumatized that she's lost her partner. Her partner even smiles at her when she dies, and not in like kind of a, I love you, you're going to be okay, like kind of a menacing smile in a sense. And we can obviously tell from that she was infected and she died. She didn't survive the process, not because of the virus, but because she cracked her head on concrete. But now the hive mind know who Carol is. They know exactly what she likes because they're using her partner's knowledge against her. So she goes home, she's freaked out and stuff, and then she, you know, tries to turn on the TV thinking that there's got to be like some emergency broadcast, some kind of like FEMA camp I can go to, some kind of help. And then there's a news channel and she's like, oh, thank God, it's the president or like some Congress hearing. But then it takes her a moment to realize that all the blurbs and the headlines, they're focused about her. They're saying, hey, Carol, can you give us a little call, please? And again, even this government person is speaking to her incredibly friendly, incredibly informally. It's like, Carol, we're your friend. We want what's best for you. You are your own person. And that's another scary thing as well. Like this virus obviously has some kind of intelligence because it's already had a contingency for this. And then she's shown like this graph of like, you know, even the collective themselves not really understanding the true nature. They explain the origin and how it's like different kind of like waves, like cytosine and other things, which basically makes RNA. And if you didn't know, RNA is exactly what a virus is. And one of her first questions is basically, is there anyone else? Is there other people that aren't infected like me? And he goes, yeah, there's 12, but you're the only one in America. And half of them don't even speak any kind of English. The ones that do, it's actually their second language. And that also plays into the isolation as well. Like there's that glimmer of hope that there are more people that could be like her. But at the same time, they're at other sides of the planet. You know, how could she possibly reach them? But again, that's the irony of the show, because you've got this collective now that all they want to do is help Carol, because their end goal is to cure her. Cure her as in she joins the collective. And she even says at one point, like, what if I say no? And they're like, you won't want to say no, don't worry. And this is where Vince has killed it, because he's made a villain that you possibly think, wait a minute, is it actually a villain? And I'm not talking about like an Alex Mercer prototype anti-hero, talking about the first game, by the way. I'm not talking about, you know, a bad guy that has good guy tendencies or, you know, vice versa. They seem inherently good. I mean, you know, because everyone's a collective now. There's no murder anymore. There's no robberies. No crimes are actually being committed at all. Everyone is living, you know, in peace and harmony. But obviously that doesn't come without its downsides as well, because they are incredibly hypocritical. They do say to Carol at one point, we can't kill. We can't even kill animals. We can't even kill snails. I mean, we might step on some bugs on accident, but we can't kill anything that we have the intent to kill. Anything accidental, like, you know, when we're walking around, sure. And that's pretty scary to think about as well, and I think that's going to be played later into the season, because they're basically saying we can't directly kill, but, you know, if it's like an accident a la Hitman Blood Money pushing someone down the stairs, I don't know, it wasn't me that killed you, it was the stairs. There's this great scene where Carol meets the other humans, because obviously how does she reach them? She has to talk to the collective. There's like a spokesperson that's assigned to her, and, you know, she reluctantly says like I hate you, you've ruined my life, you've took everything from me, but I need something here, so let me meet these people. And it is the most depressing scene in the film. Like this little glimmer of hope that you think Carol has met other people. It's not. They're not collective, but the problem is they've basically been brainwashed by the collective, mostly because these are people who still have family members surviving, and their family members were turned, and they're basically being convinced that, oh, this is like absolute bliss, I want to join them. Why would I not want to join them? Why would I want to, you know, kind of live on my own? It's basically the concept that if any of you watch The Matrix 1, there's a character called Cypher, and he does bring up this very interesting concept of, you know, would you rather be in the Matrix, like you're eating this beautiful steak, you know it's not real, but you're still eating it, or would you rather be just unplugged from the Matrix in an absolute hellscape completely on your own with no way out? Like, would you want to live in bliss, or would you want the awareness of that you're not in bliss? So you find out pretty quickly that Carol is quite a If any of you watch The Matrix 1, there's a character called Cypher, and he does bring up this very interesting concept of, you know, would you rather be in the Matrix, like you're eating this beautiful steak, you know it's not real, but you're still eating it, or would you rather be just unplugged from the Matrix in an absolute hellscape completely on your own with no way out? Like, would you want to live in bliss, or would you want the awareness of that you're not in bliss? So you find out pretty quickly that Carol is quite a lost character. You know, her last tie to just not being a cynical crash out was from her partner who died. And then we actually find out a pretty big weakness of the collective as well, because Carol is so angry, she starts taking out her rage, you know, on infected people, not physically, but kind of just like screaming at them, like I hate you, you've ruined my life, you know, fuck you. And then what this does is it causes them to have tremors, not the single person, but the entire collective, because they cannot process, because like wherever this space, you know, Gata, like whatever the genetic code for it was, wherever it's been sourced from, whatever, you know, planetary species possibly put it out there, it could not understand the concept of negative emotions at all. So it breaks the coding. So they basically all end up reenacting the initial infection phase, where they're all like convulsing and falling to their feet and having a stroke. And then it's revealed later that by Carol having these crash outs, she's indirectly killing millions and millions of people, like sometimes tens of millions of people. So then you think, wait, is Carol the bad person? But then obviously the collective are pretty hypocritical, because, you know, Carol has a crash out again and says, okay, so, you know, I've killed people accidentally, but how many people did you kill when you started this infection? How many people were converted when they were driving and they crashed their car, or they hit their head on the concrete, or, you know, fell into a Minecraft furnace or something like that? I think she basically admits it was like around 10% of the entire human population, and she's like, we didn't mean this, you know, like it was just part of the process. And you really do start to feel sorry for Carol, because she doesn't know what to do. She's met the last uninfected humans, and they all just seem like they want to join the collective. Now, I know I've been glazing this show into high heaven, and there's only 2 episodes out so far. They basically come out every Friday. I couldn't wait. I had to talk about this show and just soy all over it. I do feel, though, if you're watching this show to get like a big reveal of like where the virus came from or the origins, I don't think we're ever going to get that. I mean, Vince has literally gone on to say that it's a sci-fi show, but it's not the point. The point is, there's a big thing that happens which basically sets up all of this character drama, like other shows like The Leftovers. But the thing is, at the minute, Carol is the only human character left, the only one that's uninfected. And that's really interesting. It's not like there's a group of survivors and they're all banding together and maybe there's a bit of romance. No, she's completely on her own. Like, the only point of contact is this, there's a woman that's set up to be like Carol's concierge, I guess, like her support if she needs anything. And they solely base this off a book that Carol wrote, where there's like a main character, and the main character that's drawn was originally meant to be a woman. So they literally fly this woman out from like Egypt or something, get her to wear like makeup and a wig and stuff to look like this original character, using Carol's partner's memories, because her consciousness got uploaded before she died. That is incredibly malicious. I mean, Carol calls them out, and it's like, how could you do this? Like, this is so wrong. And you know, she basically says, you know, we're sorry if you're not happy with this. But again, like, if you read between the lines, the collective are incredibly manipulative. It's very obvious that they've broke everyone else down, mostly because they had an easy way in with family members that are infected. They're ready to be converted, but they just can't get Carol. They can't. And I reckon they want to get rid of her, but they can't, because whatever's in their coding or their RNA, it doesn't physically allow them to do it. They're not going to sabotage her or anything like that. They only want to help her, but they're unsure what to do here. I mean, I think Carol so far in the show has crashed out like on 2 separate occasions, killing again millions of people that probably, you know, were doing work, like construction work, or in a dangerous position when their body kind of started to shut down. But even after that, they still can't actually do anything to stop her. I mean, I can't imagine Carol's gonna win by basically, you know, crashing out 30,000 times a day, to the point that she's the last woman left alive. I don't really see that happening. Now, one thing I do love about the show is it's not something you're going to watch once. It's created by Vince Gilligan, the creator of Breaking Bad. So there are going to be so many like little Easter eggs or references. You know, I'm not saying like we're all going to look for like a Walter White cameo or something, but there's so many things if you read between the lines. Like, even, for example, the name of the show, Pluribus. I mean, if you look at the logo itself, you can see that the I is stylized as a 1. Carol is the only one left, and Pluribus is probably based off the Latin motto, E pluribus unum, which means out of many, one. Carol is the only one. And E pluribus unum as well is actually the unofficial motto of the US. And again, Carol is the only uninfected person that we know of left in the US. I mean, I even just saw this theory on Reddit here. Like, for example, Mark336, this is like an opening with the infection. And it basically says, whoever does God's will is my brother and sister and mother. And obviously, as we know, the way the infection works, it's a collective. Everyone becomes everyone else's brother, everyone else's sister, and everyone else's mother. Now, I'm not really sure where the show is actually going to go next. Episode 2, that's the latest episode out so far. You can see Carol get on a plane. I think she's kind of thought to herself, fuck it, you know, I'm not going to join them, but, you know, I want to kind of live a little, you know, into like a bit of hedonism, because, you know, what's the point if I'm fucked either way, if I go back to my house on my own that I live with my dead partner, or I could just go out and forget everything and then just kind of cope. I think one of my favorite things about the show as well is it is going to hook Breaking Bad fans in, even though it isn't Breaking Bad, because again, the entire show, well, most of the show primarily is shot in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which again is where the Meth Man show was. Now, I want to admit, I did glaze pluribus this entire video, but there is one huge glaring flaw I have with it, with the show itself. It's stole from Utopia. Okay, look, man, look, let a guy cope, okay? So the yellow color palette, in the marketing, I wonder where he got that from. The fact that everyone is trying to create a utopia and there's someone trying to stop it, Notice how there was a whole group of people in Utopia that were trying to, you know, stop the network. Again, a network of people. Bravo, Vince, because they all network together, right? Vince Gilligan be like, I watch Utopia, and then, they've got a group of people. Okay, let's just have one person that's trying to stop a utopia from happening. You're a thief, you're a plagiarist, and I'm going to sue you on behalf of Channel 4.
Hello and welcome to another episode of To Be Honest, a show with a clown, a duck, and a degenerate. It has been quite some time since we last released an episode. 7 fucking months. Most recently we have come back for this reason alone, to talk about Hassan Piker electrocuting his fucking dog.
What are we gonna say why we've been...
The big question on everyone's...
With Amazon announcing that they no longer want to develop content for New World, and seemingly with no publisher or developer interested in buying the game or even a private server kicking open, I asked you guys, what else are you interested in? And one game that I have been hearing just endless amounts for the past couple weeks now is Where Winds Meet. The game is set to have a free-to-play launch on PC and PS5 on Friday the 14th of November, with Xbox coming about 6 months later. However, you can play the game right now on the Chinese servers, which is what I'm doing here. This is not a sponsored video. What I wanted it to be was like a comprehensive review explaining everything, because it's a open world, RPG, action combat, single player, multiplayer, MMO. It's like so many different things in this game. And after spending about 10 hours, I realized there's no way I'm going to be able to do like a full in-depth explain how everything works. I'm going to need to play for weeks and weeks and weeks. So instead, this is going to function more as a first impressions and a brief explainer to explain everything that I know so far about the game. As always, if you're interested in any particular section, provided I know something about it, you'll be able to scrub along in the video and find out the good, the bad, and just the unknown when it comes to Where Winds Meet. Let's start off first by explaining what exactly Where Winds Meet is, or at least to the best of my ability. This game is pretty crazy. So you will have character creation like you would get in an MMO. It is very detailed. You can upload a picture of yourself. You can even upload a sound of your voice to make your character sound like you. And then from there, once you enter the world, you'll just be playing in a single player environment. It will just be you, although you can invite friends into your lobby from the get-go, to my understanding. However, once you hit level 10, which doesn't take very long at all, you're just following the main storyline or doing side quests, you will have the option to enter online mode. Now, in the Chinese version of the client, it's just up here, but you can also get to it from this menu hell, but we'll just go to this button up here, and we have single player, and then we have multiplayer mode. So if I go here and we hit join multiplayer mode, basically,
will now be teleported into a village with a ton of other players. And here we are. Now we're suddenly in an MMO. We're in the same version of the map, except I've been teleported from over here to here, and we have a bunch of other players nearby. A lot of them just stand AFK. I don't know. I guess that is, now that I think about it, that's what we always did in New World as well, just stand AFK in town. But you can interact with the players, you can add them as a friend, you can inspect their profile and stuff. So I think it's this one here. You can take a look at their gear and what they have. I think you can even copy their build and stuff. But yeah, a lot of MMO elements. Other testaments to being it a multiplayer game is somewhere in these menus. I think it's this one. And then we go here. And then we go to this one. These are PvP game modes here. Now, we're going to talk about this a little bit later on. There are a lot of menus, and there are also some concerns that I see in here as well. But first, I just wanted to explain, what the game is. So it's single player up to a point. Once you get to level 10, you do have the option to go into multiplayer, or you can just stay single player the whole time if you want. There are elements where people can come and crash your world effectively. So there is a wanted level in this game, kind of like you would get in Grand Theft Auto, where if you kill a lot of NPCs and steal a lot of stuff, you can get a wanted level, and then that wanted level will put a bounty on your head, and other players can come and claim that bounty by killing you. So if you're bad in your single player world, you can have other players invade your world and come and attack you. And vice versa, you can go into the multiplayer world, find those bounties, and then invade other players' single worlds and attack them as well. Outside of PvP, there is also group dungeons. I did this co-op fort attack thing, so I have this other guy. We just killed a bunch of bosses and got some chests at the end of it. I'm not far enough in the level, or in the game rather, to talk about what happens at max level, but I know there are raids as well, 5-player dungeons. You do have tank damage and healer in this game as well, so the healing weapon in this game, or one of the healing weapons, is the fan, and I guess it's briefly worth mentioning that as well. So we go here, we can take a look at all the different weapons in the game. Some weapons have multiple skills.
Ooh, I want to play heals, maybe. That might be kind of fun. I want to heal. That's something that they don't really let you do that much. Like, life staff sucked in New World. It sucked.
Trees. So if you remember in New World, for example, you would have the fire staff, you'd have the left-hand side skill tree and the right-hand side skill tree. Kind of like that, but each one is its own independent weapon. So we have the strategic sword, which is what I'm currently using right now. But then we also have the nameless sword, which is what you start off with, and they have different abilities. In terms of abilities, there's not that many to press. You have a Q ability, which I think, again, this is compatible with controller. We've got this ability here as well. I have a default sort of just spam attack like this.
I want to see this.
I've got my tab ability to weapon swap. We do have... There's not that many to press. You have a Q ability, which I think, again, this is compatible with controller. We've got this ability here as well. I have a default sort of just spam attack like this. I've got my tab ability to weapon swap. We do have a block as well. There is a parry, which is just like a quick block. And then obviously we can switch between the two different weapons. Everybody gets a bow by default. Bow is not its own dedicated weapon, I'm afraid. It is just like a sort of utility weapon that everybody gets access to. But yeah, 2 weapons, each one with... I'm guessing, yeah, we have 3 abilities. Yeah, each one with 3 abilities. So kind of feeling a bit New Worldy there. But then you also have these additional abilities as well, like your special power. So I've got this Tai Chi ability. I've got this other one where I can go invisible.
Cat butt.
I've got another one where I can target somebody's
Kitty
like pressure
butt.
points. And I don't know, is this gonna get me in trouble?
Oh, look at my kitty.
No, okay.
Look at my kitty.
I've got a
So
one that breaks me out of stealth, and then I have another ability that I can't use where I hold a goose and it shouts at somebody and it stuns them, but I don't have the energy to use that, and I can't figure out how to get the energy, but there's a goose ability. So yeah, you've got your special powers, you have your 2 weapons, each weapon has 3 abilities, and then there's a lot of build customization in that as well. There is a lot going on in this game, as you can tell, but I briefly wanted to explain just, what it is. So the TLDR, single player game with a story. Doing the story levels up your character. There are levels in this game. I think the level cap is somewhere around 90 right now, at least on the Chinese version. Once you get to level 10, you can go into multiplayer mode. You can group up with other players. You can do chest runs. You can just chill in the open world. You can explore. But the storyline is pretty much all done in the single player mode, and it is very important to do for progress. However, like I say, in single player mode, you still can invite people in to play co-op with you as well. Now, before we jump into my gripes with the game, I first want to talk about what this game does well. Number 1 for me is the combat. the combat feels really, really good. It looks clean.
Really?
The animations are very well done. The movement and the pacing, it is just a very nice game to play. It feels good. Now, this is from the perspective of mainly single player. I will say that when I played multiplayer, I'm going to give the game an excuse because I'm from the United Kingdom. I'm from England, and I am playing on the Chinese server, so I assume I was playing with a very high ping. And yeah, combat doesn't feel good on a high ping, but on low ping or no ping when we're playing single player, combat feels amazing. I'm hoping that this will be the case that when we play on European servers, when you play the multiplayer mode with low ping, it would still be true. But yeah, single player anyway, combat feels really, really good. The second thing I want to say is the game looks incredible. Graphics wise, I think we're on max right now. I'm not entirely sure because, yeah, just trying to navigate through this and figure out what everything means. I do have this little translation tool which I've been using from time to time, but it doesn't work too well. But I believe this is with max graphics. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check with you guys. But it does, even if this is not max graphics, the game does look incredibly good. It's a 150 gigabyte download, at least it was for me. I think there's even a version above that with higher resolution textures. But yeah, aesthetically, this game looks incredible, and it's a lot of fun to just be in the open world and do stuff. You can
if it comes
sort of
to
wall run
GeForce
up
Now,
trees,
I'll
up
play it.
hills. You get these flying abilities. You can dash around. There's a triple jump. We can smash into the ground.
Will Where Winds Meet have will Where Winds Meet be on GeForce Now? Oh, nice. Ooh, Epic, but I mean, yeah. If GeForce Now has it on Epic, I'll buy it on Epic. But if it's only on Steam, I'll buy it on Steam. Spawn. Oh, it is. It's Epic and GeForce Now. That's good. That's what I'll do. I'll buy it, or well, not buy it, but I'll play it. November 14th.
Ground, we can block, parry. Game just feels super clean to play. For a free-to-play game of this quality, it feels amazing. I know it sounds like I'm glazing the game a lot here, but it's got to be said. I mean, this is just, it looks really good. Hopefully it's translating the same after like my recording compression and YouTube compression, but visually, aesthetically, and also from an immersive standpoint, just being in the open world feels really good. There's a lot of stuff to do. Pretty much everywhere you go, there's gatherables, there's collectibles, there's NPCs to interact with.
Yeah.
At one point, I went into a village, I turned into a dog and played some Chinese dominoes game. And then another point, I got drunk with a villager and we were chucking arrows into a dominoes game. And then another point, I got drunk with a villager and we were chucking arrows into a pot. The game just feels alive. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, and like I say, the combat is absolutely top tier. Really, really good. If it feels the same in multiplayer, then this game is definitely like it's core.
Wait, it's got like a cool like card game and shit.
It feels the same in multiplayer, then this game is definitely like it's got its core gameplay just nailed down in terms of how it feels to play. Another big benefit, obviously,
ooh, Chinese MMO, you say?
With Where Winds Meet is it's free to.
I am not a racist. I'll play anything.
Play. You don't have to spend any money for it. We're gonna get onto the monetization a little bit later on because I have some slight concerns there.
Yeah,
sure. Time and time again, there's no pay to win. I've been taking a look through the store. No obvious evidence of pay to win, but again, we'll leave that for either the bad or the unknown. The other section.
Or the Western. We'll leave it for the Western release. We'll know by day one.
And cross progression as well. So if you're playing on your PS5 and then you want to play on the PC, or you're playing on PC, you want to play on PS5, you can play with the same account, and we do share the same servers. So that's also a big win there as well from the social standpoint. Now we're going to talk about the bad with Where Winds Meet. Now this is obviously subject to personal opinion. This is just stuff that I personally don't enjoy in games, and I do feel like a lot of the problems that Where Winds Meet have, it's just what seems to happen with Eastern games development and Eastern MMOs. But the first one is the sheer amount of menus. There is an unbelievable amount of menus in this game. Now, because it's already been out for a year in China, it might be that it's nowhere near as bad when we get the Western release at the end of this week. But take, for example, we click on this bird icon here, and then we've got menu, menu, menu. Each one has a ton of different like sub-menus within it as well. Obviously, it doesn't help that it's all in Chinese because I don't really know what most of it means. But just, it is staggering the sheer amount of stuff that you can
Yeah,
click
they
through
do
and
this. This is how Once Human is, and I hate it. It's like, he does have a point about this. But the game's free like Once Human. If it's free,
go
I'll
through
play
in this
it.
game. We go to this one up here.
Ooh, new game coming. Where Winds Meets. It sounds amazing. I'm excited. Yeah. All right, cool. Hey, in 3 days. Hey, I'm excited. I'm excited. Ooh, GeForce Now, free game on GeForce Now. I don't have to pay for it. I'll probably shell out like 5 or 10, 20 bucks something. But I mean, you know, maybe there's a sub. Maybe I'll just sub like for 1 month and then cancel. What are these at? They're at like mature. Okay. Now, did I dump that metal in the, maybe I'm low on wood or something, but yeah, like I dumped metal in the TC like almost all the way. And I'm still at the same 28 hours, so it's like something's wrong. Maybe it's the stone. Might be the stone. I might only have like 28 hours of stone left. Yeah, I think that is it, actually. So, in here somewhere is stone. Stone. Take it out. Do a little bit more metal now. Just gotta look around, make sure I got all of it. Also need to repair the cars, and I'm gonna go do that. I don't need that much wood in here. But eh. I should start watching for vendors on the road and buy stuff. They might even have guns. I should definitely like watch for a vendor on the road. I should put a shelter out on the road and listen for a vendor. Like sit in the shelter where the zombies can't get to me. Kind of RP, but it is a Rust thing, and then I hear a vendor go by and I go running out and talk to them. Little vendor base, why not? Shit costs like 500 wood or whatever. Love for the chickens. And then I came to repair the car. I love the red dot. I took the dot off my screen. I love the cursor now. It's actually so good. It made the game way better. God, the sound of Rust is good. I want you to get away from the crystal. It's kind of annoying. I'm gonna go talk to the lady Pokusukusuka, blah, 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 whatever her name is. Karututo. Oh, there's my cutscene finally. God damn it. I was like, why isn't this working? Back in the day, I would have lost 3 hours. For what I just did in 3 minutes. Because I didn't talk to the NPC correctly. Gonna run over there. I really don't need it. I don't need this sulfur. I don't raid and I don't care. I have enough bullet GP. Honestly, the more I put in my base, the worse. The worse it is, the more the loss is if somebody raids me. It's weird, but it's a different game now for me. I just care a lot more about that sort of stuff. Be like, I can't let the sulfur go. I can't. It's worth so much. Now it's like liquid gold to me, but it doesn't buy me anything that I want except bullets, and I have like 10 stacks. That's enough for the bullets for the rest of the wipe, and so I'm like, walk right past like 3-4 sulfur nodes all within 10 feet of each other, which I wouldn't have been able to do earlier, like for like 5 years, like what, 3 years or something. I feel like they buffed. I feel like they buffed the revolver. I mean, 35 is that always what it was? I mean, I guess so. Yeah, huh? So what's that? That's like, it's always an implication of at least 3 shots. You gotta hit like 3 shots. Oh, what's that? Oh. Nice. Free bear. I don't need that. I don't really need that either. I love Rust. I'm gonna go play some Starfield after this. Enshrouded's getting an expansion. I've been playing Enshrouded, and I'm proud of that. I'm getting further. They're gonna patch that game and expand, do an expansion, which is fucking awesome. I guess I'm full. No, I don't need that. I really don't need that. Technically, don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, we could keep going there. I mean, the jacket's not really like good either. I forgot this is like that close. I forgot there's like a road off my house, and I forgot. I mean, there's so many roads off my house. So much loot here if you actually bother to like go get it. Oh, I thought I saw something. It was the. I thought it was a dude for a second. The way this barrel popped, I was like, is there a dude coming at me? No. Looking at the. Speaking of which, Christopher Wobbin. All these weird old names. I don't care if they kill me for a revolver. That's Rust. Odd. What's that about? Oh, large barns right here, huh? Oh, no, it's ranch. Ranch? Nice, ranch is just north of me. Let's wander all over this fucking server. I have enough food, and I don't have water, but I've got enough food. I don't really have water, and I could go... I'll go dump loot. And I'll wander around exposing Fog of War on a motorcycle. That's what I'll do. And I'll bring 3 Boda bags with me so I can just, like, you know, travel freely. And some honey. I can just, like, park up in a tree or something, or oh, shit. Fuck. Rust is running better, the latency is better, their performance stuff is better. I really like it. I wish I could get a backpack. Really, really bad.
These are the shops, I think. That was one of the things that sucked so much about Terraceland. I did actually enjoy PvP in that game quite a lot, but the fact that you could only PvP at certain hours, and if you were just not available then, was a real big bummer. So fingers crossed what I'm seeing here, first of all, if I'm translating it correctly, I'm not entirely sure. But second of all, whether this only applies to the Chinese version, I don't know, but there is a big concern there from what I've seen in other Chinese MMOs. Another mechanic to talk about while we're in the screen as well is this up here. This is your favor or energy. I can't remember the exact term for it, but it is a limited resource that you spend to unlock chests. So when you do a dungeon, you'll get a chest at the end of the dungeon and you can use your energy to get loot from the chest, but it once you've used it all, that's it. There are certain things you can acquire by playing the game which replenish your energy, and as you level up you'll get more of it, but it is a limited resource, and I saw this mechanic a lot in Throne and Liberty. Again, it's a very common trope within Eastern MMOs where you have a certain amount of currency that you can do a certain amount of crafting with per day, or you can only loot a certain amount of chests per day. It feels very mobile, or it feels very Eastern MMO, but that is present in this game as well. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I don't know. There's obviously going to be some solution to stop you just grinding a dungeon over and over and over again, but it is worth noting that that is a mechanic in the game as well. Finally, last gripe, and it, you know, this is just a bit of a silly one, but as far as I'm aware, you can't chop down trees in this game.
Yeah, it's like an actual MMO. I don't know. It's not my type of game, actually. But I will play it. I'll give it a swing, and if it's fun, I'll play it. Fuck
The
it.
big question on everyone's minds today is...
This was not it. Not it. Oh, wait. Sacred 2 Remaster.
The big question on everyone's minds today is the new Breaking Bad show, Pluribus, any good? No, it's absolutely.
Oh, Sacred 2. Wait, Sacred 2 was remastered? I didn't know that.
Another isometric action RPG from an age of gaming on the verge of fading into legend gets a remaster. And boy, is this one a challenge to comment on. Sacred 2 is a rather safe effort at a remaster. Its attempt to preserve the original experience as faithfully as possible being perhaps a tad too earnest. Developer Ascarion's original experience.
Look, the camera in this one is
boy,
good,
is
though. The camera's good in this game. I want Sacred 2 remastered. I didn't know that came out. Let's go see. The camera's good. It's only $18 sold. Fucking sold. Mostly negative. Wait, why? Oh, many features are missing and the UI is trash. Can't even hover over your life to see your life points. These features are missing. No free play, so you can't farm bosses. Only kill them once. No multiplayer lobby. No offline multiplayer. No trade menu. Cannot move while inventory open. No rune stacking. No PvP options. Inventory icons look awful. Less inventory space. Less skill slots. Less weapon slots, only 2 relic sets instead of 4. Refund it for now. Tree job, coal budget, patch blending, cutoff distance. 3 separate settings for depth of field. I don't know. $18 is fucking cheap. They all play. I don't know. It's not really... I mean, it does have a lot of good combat. It's got good combat. Sacred 2 Gold is better, though. I don't know, for $18. But it'll lock me out of my GeForce Now, which I can't have. I'm not letting it shut me out of Rust or whatever it is I'm playing. I'm not doing that. It's unfortunate. How big is the title? Let's go see. $17 gigs, huh? Yeah.
This one a challenge to comment on. Sacred 2 is a rather safe effort at a remaster, its attempt to preserve the original experience as faithfully as possible being perhaps a tad too earnest. Developer Ascarion's original experience did bring a lot of unique ideas to the table at the time, and managed to stand out thanks to...
Yeah, look, that camera's good. If you RP play the camera right, the game's really probably pretty good, honestly. I don't know. We'll have to see. That camera angle's good. The game's beautiful. Look at that.
And some cool builds.
Why can't they do that in RuneScape? I mean, they can kind of. I mean, like,
all of
you
that
can,
fun
but
is
it doesn't look good like this game, though.
Right there waiting for you.
Like, this looks better to me, better than RuneScape.
Discover. It's an open world.
I'm gonna try it. If I like it, I'll buy it. Probably on GOG, though. Probably on GOG. I'll add this on GOG, and they'll probably sell it to me for cheap sooner or later. We'll add this on GOG. Good old games. Oh, I don't have GOG right now, huh? Well, that's kind of annoying. If I go to Good Old Games... Will you log me in? Yes, sign in. I'll take this over here for a minute. Do my sign in. Okay, good. And then I want to take a look on GOG. If you can sell me this game, which is Sacred to Remaster. Oops, Remaster. Sacred to Remaster. It's coming soon, but it's not there yet. Notify me. Yeah, just... What? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what? Okay. Hold on. No, that was it. There. God damn it. Yeah. Notify me. Okay, so...
That really lets you loose.
So now they're zoomed out trying to see everything, but I actually want to do the whole like camera zoomed in and see how it feels thing. I liked Sacred. I see something in Sacred and I want to see.
Explore it with the main setting being
I like the numbers.
No more than an arrow pointing in the general direction of its next objective, with a ton of distractions along the way. That's good news, but here's the bad. Those distractions lead you towards using a combat system that's too rudimentary to withstand the test of time. I can see how it may have been passable, but its clumsy hitboxes and clunky animations were quite off-putting to say the least here, and quickly made me lose interest in the gear and skill systems altogether. While the developers have done a reasonable job with bringing improved
okay, I remember this game now.
Resolutions and graphics to this experience, as they should for a remaster of course, I question why this one couldn't get a full-on remake instead. It's a title that definitely could use one, as its many systems, world, and quest designs, and character models are dated at this point in time.
Yeah, but I want a copy of the game, so... I think that looks good.
That's all you have to offer?
Kill everyone who resists!
I'm okay with ARPs if you can get a camera. It's like the only one besides like Grim Dawn or Victor Vran. There's like a few. I remember the ones with good cameras. It's like Grim Dawn, Victor Vran, Sacred 2. I mean, I'm like people like I don't know. Oh, of course, Dungeon Siege 2. Dungeon Siege 2 is really good. Dungeon Siege 3. I love Dungeon Siege 3. Dungeon Siege 3 is actually such a good game, like this, but a better combat system.
No patience.
But Dungeon Siege 3 is linear, and I played it so many times. I don't know this game. I don't know this game well. I played it a bit. I've done some of the quests.
With that being said, there are issues even with the graphics. The Inquisitor's opening cutscene, for instance, had a wall pop into place quite late, while the audio and animations were entirely out of sync, leading to a jarring start to a familiar adventure. It's also why this title just didn't click for me. For starters, the world is chock full of enemies with weird aggro zones. While some enemies don't react to you unless you're right on top of them, others seem to spot you from a mile away and come charging in for the kill. It's quite inconsistent, and made combat begin to feel like a chore way too quickly as a consequence. But the clunky combat controls are the other part of why I believe this game needed to redesign its combat system.
Oh yeah, when I hear remaster, I think that they've improved it, but they didn't.
From the ground up.
I mean, it does look kind of...
It just doesn't entertain enough, even when you unleash combat arts, thanks to lifeless...
I don't know, with a zoomed-in camera, I think it
and
looks maybe like a good RPG to
enemies
me.
That just crumble to the ground like ragdolls once you deplete their HP.
But that's what
Combat variety is another
are.
sore spot, thanks to the lack of too many enemy types, and the many skills and spells you unlock being rather drab to use. None of them really stand out and feel distinct outside of their reach and attack speed. It's definitely not what I'd want from a title that sets up such an incredible premise for terrifying enemies and some excellent fighting. And speaking
No,
of
I want a copy of the game. I doubt I'll play it.
clunky, the inventory...
I'll play Dungeon Siege 2 or 3 over this.
And vendor...
2 is actually good. The combat's actually genuinely good.
Interaction management...
I'm due for a revisit to Dungeon Siege 2. That's a great little game. I wonder if it's on GeForce Now. That'd be cool. I have 33 hours in this TC. Why? Because of stone or what? Because I pulled out metal maybe? Oh, let's go see. My turret's off, which is odd. Why is my turret off? Probably because I've overloaded the battery. I also don't care. They can break in the garage if they need to. My turret in the TC works, and that's what matters. We're going to let these grow. Yeah, 84%. So, I don't know. I could just harvest. Oh, no. Corn yield 1. No, they need more time. It is 7 p.m. Sun setting. I don't need to sit here. I'm going to go do Fallout 76. I have now glitched horribly. And I'm stuck. What? I want to put the gun in this, because all the rest of this I can lose, but the gun should go. Yes, maybe if I just log real quick, actually, session, or I could just respawn. Fuck it, what do I care? Doesn't cost me anything really. Bed. I'm free. I will go get my 76 daily. I'm gonna go put all this in a box. Okay, so, I want to quit now. and I will come back later. I don't want to be a slave to Rust. I love Rust, but I don't want to play it all day, every day. I want to play other games. So, I want to see what Dungeon Siege games you'll let me play. 2 and 3. Nice, not bad. Install. Wait, you can install them? What do you mean install them? Oh, you can like install them, I guess. For premium members, install to play. Oh, it's an install to play game. Well, I don't know. Oh, 100G available. Available space is 100G. It's 4 gigs. Wait, can I install... Oh, no, I can't. Oh, it's too big. Starfield's too big. But I can install 100 gigs worth of games. Oh, so I can just, like, not worry about loads and stuff like this. Can I install this, then? No, it's not an install to play game, no. But Dungeon Siege 3 is actually so good. It actually is kind of good.
UI is quite familiar and does a reasonable job of helping you keep your loot and gear in check. Finding fast travel points and accessing your storage does help with keeping your weight balanced and ensuring that you travel as smoothly and as quickly as you can across the world. But are all of the other problems something developers could have addressed? I'd say no. Everything that was fun about Sacred 2 back in the day was fun because it was fresh and perhaps even groundbreaking at the time. Now its open world is one that's stale, its missions now largely containing what modern gamers call fetch and carry quests, while the journey through its world feels uninspiring thanks to the dated look and feel of its world. It didn't help that my Inquisitor soon developed an odd problem, and their walking animations seemed to get locked into a sort of dance that haunted my every step through a world that was already dangerously close to losing my attention altogether. But in the spirit of experiencing as much of this game as I could, I decided to try a new character path, and see if I could discover the Inquisitor in the Shadow Warriors world.
I want to try the mage.
But lo and behold, my Shadow Warrior developed the problem too. This foot affliction, as I called it, was only unable to affect my Dragon Mage, one of the new classes that was added to the game post its release. With a trusty staff in my hands and a lethal spell on my lips, I set off into this world. Do know that trying the game out on a different console didn't bring up any instances of this issue, so keep that in mind. And I can tell you that Sacred 2 does have its charms despite its dated graphics, and a boring combat system overall. The setting is interesting, and the replay value is there if you're a longtime fan of this franchise. The world is still interesting and suitably well written, and the soundtrack from Blind Guardian is as metal as ever. It was quite fun to help the band find their lost instruments and then watch them perform. That's the kind of quirkiness that accompanies the main setting. It never gets old to hear your characters break the fourth wall if you leave your controller idle for too long, commenting on the lack of urgency on your part in progressing the adventure. All of that wit and charm has been wisely left as is, and diving in and out of the world is blazingly fast thanks to the PS5. So is wandering through it when your character's feet work as they should, but for a remaster this one could certainly use some more polish. There's only so much even the most talented studios can do to revamp a game that's about 17 years old at this point, short of a complete remake.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I have the game, but I don't think I'm going to play it. I'd rather play Dungeon Siege 2 over this game. I mean, yeah, how big of an install is Dungeon Siege 2? Dungeon Siege 2 or whatever. Dungeon Siege 2. This is a good game. I could get lost in this game, but I don't want to return to retro. It's not really what I'm into right now at all. I'm into like these big 3D sandboxes, and I don't know. These games aren't really. I mean, they're close, but they're not really what I want. I was thinking about maybe Final Fantasy 13 remaster. That might be one that I might actually indulge in. I have to go out, Cry per Rune, Cladistic Cry per Rune, and then I want Prox. It's kind of cold. I'm going to turn on my fireplace. I noticed that I kept my lights off today, and I'm going to keep them off. It's kind of a dark day for me. Looking for Prox. Yeah, Prox. Need a Prox. Yeah. Give me a Prox. Prox. Nelvula seems like I caught a bully. The same bully that always bullies me. And I wonder how this will go. Anyways, form fleet. No, I have a fleet, so let us go out there. We are ready. Wait, stop. Yes, we are ready. Sorry. Always get insurance, kids. Like, honestly, I'd rather play Horizon Forbidden West than this. You know, and I have it. You know, there's better games that have come out since then. I want to do today Fallout 76. Go. No, wait, stop. Yes, quick game. Stop. Just go to my thing now. And I will do my 76 daily in preparation for this new expansion. Burning something step or whatever it is. I forget, Burning Lands or whatever. See, I think it looks good, but the combat does suck. The combat doesn't get good, and he's right about that.
Nevertheless, Sacred 2 brought too little to the table to excite me as I played through the adventure, aside from some fond memories of a time where I expected way less from my games. It's a blast from the past that begins to feel like it overstays its welcome way too quickly.
Yeah, that was always my impression of Sacred 2. It's kind of sad. Ooh, eventful celebration.
Warp drive active.
Cool, the Hilo looks so cool. Looks so cool. I love that TV monitor. I think it's such a cool touch. They're gonna remake Vegas, which is gonna be so cool. I can't wait to return to that game. I've been thinking about returning to Vegas just to do like an all Fallout. Oops, what are we doing here? Why aren't we typing in the box? You're dumb. Fallout, New Vegas, Evil Kill, run playthrough. Because I want to see what happens. Let's see if somebody else has done this. Kill everything, right? Run, good springs, run. Yeah. Show me this with many a true nerd. Yeah, that'll work. He's funny.
I am awake. Yeah. Let's do that. This is a really difficult one. I will take 4 eyes. It's effectively a 3-point of perception for the majority of the time.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know what to take. I wish there was an opposite to good natured. I wish there was bad natured so that I could just I could take just that. Yeah, I'm actually gonna leave it. I'm just gonna take one. I'm just gonna take 4 eyes.
Fit for murder.
Killing Doc Mitchell doesn't impact Good Spring's reputation. There you go. Where?
Yo, you open like, oh my god. I kind of want to do an evil Vegas run. I've never done that before. I think I can play it on Luna for free, which is kind of funny. Isn't that like basically a browser? Is Luna an app? Or is it a browser thing? Rotating thing of games. Don't you have Fallout or whatever? It would be fun to play it on like Luna where I don't get blocked by the DRM or whatever. Fallout. You do. You have Vegas Ultimate, right? Can I play that? Play free with Prime, yeah. Oh, this is kind of personal. What? I just want to sign in. Sorry, I'm just signing in to Amazon here so I can play Luna. I can play Vegas. Is it on the browser? I can just play Vegas on the browser. Wow. Wow, it is a browser game. Cool. Wait, what do you mean continue from my last save? Wait, what? I have a Luna Fallout save. Wait, I have a Luna Fallout save? Wow. That's my robot, huh? Oh, good. Well, let's go ape shit on the town or whatever. Wait, okay, new save, right? Okay, we're good. We got to remember the number 42 or whatever. I forgot that I did this on Luna, right? I guess you can't play on Luna, huh? 42, the Bison Steve Hotel is so 42, the Bison Steve Hotel. But all the controls are fucked up or whatever. There's no run in this, huh? You can only walk. Oh god. And now I remember that I don't want to play this. Yeah, we don't want to play this, do we? No good. Bye. Just needed a reminder. They got a long way to go before that's acceptable. Aw. No. No. I should get in and lackadaisically try to do it weekly and then leave. Hogwarts Legacy, Garfield Kart 2. Are you serious? All You Can Drift. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, I guess. I could do a playthrough of that. I don't think that's good, though. I don't think it's that good. Did they get Harrison Ford for that? They must have. Luna Premium. I mean, I don't know, but it kind of seems like... Ooh, what was that? Oh, okay. Camp could not be placed because somebody else took my thing. Level up 5 more times. Man, this game's running better. Like, it's on a 5080. This game fucking plays so well. Oh, I got a love tap, huh? Yeah, I did. So let's switch out. So we have this Capacity Flamer, the Peacemaker. I think I like the love tap more than the Flamer. No, I like both of them. The Gatling laser could be bumped back a little bit. Yeah, we could bump it back a little bit. And put the love tap in. No, I want the love tap for, I want these love taps for other specs and stuff, I guess. I don't believe I'm actually going to wear them. I'm gonna drop servers since it won't let me, yeah, it won't let me, go to my base. Try a different server, I guess. Where am I? I'm in Ignibaner. I don't suppose it matters where I put this. It's just, I need access to it, so I'm gonna dock it and then go get in the, go to Malvula, I guess. What I should do is just fill up the Venture, dump it, and then just keep stacking up, and at the end of the day, fly it all home. And that's much, much easier than... Well, it's not easier. Easier is filling a jet can, but do I ever get out with the jet can is the problem, you know? Let's try here. We'll try Ignibaner, because those guys have always killed me there. It's fucking so annoying. There, I can't get... God damn it, somebody else built there too. My spot got really popular, which is so annoying. Maybe I should build a new base now. For like when that one's taken. New public base, someplace where everyone else goes. I don't know. Where does everybody else go? I should build a public base by the,
Docking request accepted.
I should build a public base at the water fountain by the water fountain at whatever it is, White Springs. But building another base takes a lot of time. I don't really have the
bloody race.
I don't really have Flappy Golf Party. RE2, I could just play that right now. I've never played that. Maybe Luna will step up. I don't know, there's not enough good stuff here. I'd have to pay money. It is dope though that you can do it on like a browser. Luna would be really good for a laptop. It's nice to have other browser options with other games. I do see why they're there. There's a lot of stuff here, honestly, but it's not that big of a repertoire. There is a decent collection of games here, though. In their premium, where you gotta pay. I already pay for Prime. Shouldn't that be premium? Ooh, Far Cry 2. Let's look at my weeklies. I don't remember what they are. I got my base when I'm over encumbered. I teleported here. Aww. How much over am I? 306 over 291. A shame. Odd. What's taking up so much of this weight? Full? Oh, I am full. Damn it. Yeah, look at all those crazy legendaries. Alright, so here I don't think I have anything right. Yeah, so I will leave this here and I will come to Ignibaner in Adventure and I will go to Adventure. We're looking for Adventure nearby, I think in Nalvula. Yeah, we'll go to Nalvula. I got 5 ventures out there, which is good. I brought a 10 strip, I think, with a hauler. So, yeah, and we'll just autopilot out. Well, Border Corvette, I guess. And then go out there. No implants or boosters. Which kind of sucks, but...
Autopilot engaged.
My fuck, this game got better.
This unit has been programmed with the task of wishing all who cross its path a happy holiday. Initiating happy holidays. And what would you like for a present this year?
It's good seeing you again.
Deadly weapons are not a permitted response.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
No, don't send me home. No. I don't want to pay for, no, jump, 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 please jump, please jump. No. I'll just bring Avenger out.
Autopilot disabled.
God damn it. It's okay, I want to use a booster anyways. And there's no loss, there's not really any loss. The Ibis was absolutely free. Drink purified water, 15 of them, that's good, that's easy. Let's use a booster. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna drink 15 waters. 15 waters. Oh, I am not playing Rust anymore, so I will change my game. I'm gonna go to Fallout 76 for a time. Whatever. And now I will go and now I will go and drink water. Okay, next we, ooh, 25, nice. Scrap junk to produce circuitry.
Are not satisfied with your gift. This unit is not authorized to make exchanges. Please contact your closest Roscoe customer service.
Craft any plushie at a tinkerer's bench.
Inquiries.
Oops. Kill dogs, kill Mirelurks, kill a Scorched. Scorch is easy. Go do that. Scorched. Let's go to 76 Duck Nugget. Let's steal his mobs. Show him what kind of game it is, I guess. Gonna get 10 here, and then I'll jump over to White Springs. Such a weird system they did for zooming. Killing an enemy in the forest region, I guess. That's a daily? Nice. So we'll get a daily here and a weekly. Or, well, part of a weekly. Nice, I'm gonna get a daily done here. That makes me very happy. It's still a beautiful game, even after like 5 years, 7 years, whatever it's been. Nice, hey, there was a daily, that's good. Get some nice credit here. That'll be my reward, is that the sound of that music as I buy my tickets after I do all these weeklies and dailies and stuff that are low-hanging fruit. And just play some Fallout. I like Fallout. Fallout is fun. Yeah, they just keep on coming down here, and I rezzed out the level 1 zone, but I know there's a lot of Scorched here. I love Bird Boned. It makes the actual MMO itself a lot more fun. Look at this. I didn't really realize how really versatile I am, but look, I can spring like 2 things into the air. I need a jetpack. Oh, I need to go turn in gold. Damn it. That's what I'll do next. I'll go to White Spring and then I'll go outside. I'll do the gold station. I'm not getting credit for these. Are these all Scorched or what? Oh no, they're feral ghouls. These are all ghouls? Damn, I need Scorched. Crafted monster. Collect soap, kill a cryptid. I should have popped into that event.
Yeah. Now that people have come back to this area, they'll all want to be setting up places like Foundation.
I always thought that was a terrible way to start a game, but they wanted you to know. It's not that type of game. I want to go to White Spring. Collect Radaway. Collect caps. Kill Scorched. So I'm gonna go to White Spring Golf Club. Might be fun to try and beat Kingdom Come 2 with a fucking guide. Cool. All of them are ghouls. Where are Scorched? Like, aren't Scorched all over the place? kills the whole lot of them. I need Scorched. I think that's actually Camden. I think it's Camden. This is a good baby's first MMO. I like this game. That's cool, you can just play it on your browser. That makes a laptop a lot more attractive to me. Maybe I should buy a laptop instead of a new computer.
Oh, hey.
I don't want to do this one. Or, well...
Get mosey into them cartons, man.
Somebody, like, clean these out, I guess? I don't know. They fixed the VATS for Melee, which is awesome. Can't wait for the new expansion. I'm gonna club my way through the whole thing. Bash every mob. Bam, 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 bam for like 1,000 each hit. Just bash through the whole fucking expansion. I'm definitely eye-leveled out of this whole game. Yeah, I can like pretty much like one-shot everything but the Scorch Beast Queen. See? Like everything in the game is one-shot to me, see it? Do like 1,000 damage or whatever, plus my strength mod or whatever. I love Melee. It's not a bad Melee game. It's not much more deeper than motherfucking Sacred. It's not that much deeper than that. It's kind of funny. But it's faster and more smooth. Better graphics and better frame rate. 3D. I remember when the AI wasn't that good, it wouldn't stro these on the ground the right way, and now it really does. It's like here's a ton of. I used to come here because rubber is the Nuka-Cola cups. They're like a way to get rubber. And rubber is a part of a bunch of repairs. Like rubber is always in like a lot of armor repair. Or I'm sorry, plastic. You need plastic for everything. Plastic. It's not rubber. It's plastic. Excuse me. I love VATS because you just don't miss.
Error. Zack personality not found. Personality module load failure.
Alright, so I'm gonna log here because when I come back in, I'll be working on Scorched.
Is a operation.
which is
Cross container for prize, Mr. Fuzzy.
a weekly. Yeah, it's a weekly, and I did 1/3 of it. I'll come in tomorrow and do the same thing. Consume any chems. That's a really easy one. And there was another weekly that I got with the bonus sub. So I'm getting a whole bunch of tickets, I hope, anyways. Collect caps, that's an easy enough one. I can get that, that's the last one I'll do, because I can get that for for turning in my tickets. Kill Meyer Lurks. Where's the best place for Meyer Lurks? Let's see. Fallout 76, best place for Meyer Lurks. Grafton Lake, Storm Studio, Spruce Aquarius in the Higher River. Where is Vault 94? Vault 94. It's up there by the palace, okay. Up there by the palace. According to this, it's right there by East Ridge Lookout. It's at the end of this road, so I go north from East Ridge Lookout. Yeah. That'll be cool. Haven't done that in a while. Okay, so I talked to Kurototo. So now I probably have to go to the roof. Okay, so we're on a Mirelurk mission. I'm going to go north up the road to the Red Rocket, I guess. Is that right? Let's see the picture itself. Yep, just north of here at the end of this road, this direction. Hi, kitty. Dinner time soon, kitties. Dinner time soon. Yep, I went too far, I think. I think the vault is here. Hey, someplace I've never been. Cool. Vault 94. Ooh, I can listen to the radio, huh? Because I'm not on, I'm not streaming to YouTube. So, turn on probably pirate radio.
Hello, Marco. lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
I just want to be the one you love.
And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I
Ooh.
don't
Yeah, buy stuff. Right on. I just want to start a flame in your heart. I don't see any more lyrics and I can't enter. So never mind.
I love you too much. I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart.
Oh, okay.
You see, way down inside of me.
Hi, kitty.
Darling, I have only
Hello, I
one
love
desire.
you.
And
Oh,
that
you
one
beautiful
desire is
kitty.
you. And I know
This one's west.
nobody else ain't gonna
We'll
do
go to Grafton Dam. Oh, yeah, Grafton Dam. Okay, I think I know where that is. Lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. Hi, kitty. Same.
I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me,
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Oh, kitty, I love you so much. I lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. Oh, kitty. Yeah, you're a good kitty. Yeah, we're just sitting in the dark watching the fire. Cuddling with you guys, cuddling with the kitty. Oh, let's all cuddle with each other and the kitty. She's burning her guts out. Fuck you, Super Mutant Skirmisher. I'm coming for you. Damn. Die, burn. Nope. Ooh, buy my shit. Nice. I get high. I get high. Oh, kitty. When I get low, I get high. Ooh. Buy my shit. Yeah. I get high. I get high. The game seems really happy that I did that.
Midnight in a madhouse.
I can't find any Mirelurks. You lied to me. Where is this? Grafton Dam? You said Grafton Lake. Oh, Grafton Lake. Oops. Grafton Steel. Where's Grafton Lake? Oh, it's the Pioneer Scout Camp. Okay. Okay. I need Mirelurks, kitty. I'm gonna go get them. Oh, this game has HDR. Right on. Yeah, but this is usually pretty good about that with the creation engine. Oh, my kitty. I love her so much. Yeah. I tell her every day, and I hold her rump, and I say, hey, baby, I got you. She's like, God damn it, you annoyed me. I'm leaving. Bye. She molests me when I'm gaming. I molest her when I'm gaming. Everything's, you know, everything's copacetic. I like including the kitty. She's part of the stream. Whatever. She's here too. She's living and she's here and she's part of it. I don't see any Mirelurks, damn it, probably because of the weekly. Yeah, this seems like the kind of place you would see Mirelurks, yeah. God, I love Fallout. I love that I'm not streaming to YouTube. I'm publishing to YouTube, and they'll mute this part. But I mean, like, you know, I don't care about that. They can trim the segment if they need to. It's only like an hour of the 14-hour stream or whatever, if they need to, totally. Grafton Steel Underground. See if I can find any other Mirelurks. I'm not really having much luck here. I know where there's like 3 Mirelurks, and I'll go there. It's the bridge. It's the New River Gorge Resort. Gotta love Fallout. Hi, kitty.
Hey, Jack, I gotta do some riding.
Hi, kitty. Oh, kitty, I love you. Saltport, West Virginia. Baby live. I ain't going no further. Stop me now. I don't want to commit no murder. Oh God, get your tail out of my face, kitty. Saltport, West Virginia. Ah, kitty, you're sitting on my keyboard and it's annoying. It's alright. There we go, that's better. I'll make room for you, kitty, don't worry. I love you. Crawl on board, kitty. Suck away my life. My heat. Share my water. Okay, so over here at the resort, there's a pool on the right side in the back of one of the buildings. Or maybe it's the resort itself, in the back of the resort itself, I think. Southport, West Virginia. Oh, I gotta go turn in gold before I leave. I gotta go turn in gold at the White Springs.
That one could do with a bit of updating, don't you think? Any of you dwellers want to record Ash Heap, West Virginia?
Ash Heap, West Virginia.
Probably not, huh?
Nope. Hi, kitty. Sit on my lap like that. Yeah, I like it.
That we carry with us the
I
places
love my
and
kitty.
people from our past. It's in a shanty in old Shantytown.
Oh, my kitty. I love her. That one was dead. They're all dead. They're all dead, kitty. They're all dead. Okay, now we're gonna go in and we're gonna get tickets. Atoms and caps always first, and that's going to be my 500 caps. And now I got another weekly done, which is another 50 tickets. I love this game. I have to buy the derby game, which I don't want to. I'll get the cheap stuff out of the way. Yeah, I like the cheap stuff. Yeah. Now I've got 825, and I think I saw a bundle I actually wanted. Giving thanks to BD. The Thanksgiving bundle, I'm short, I can't buy it. The wall-mounted oven, pumpkin pie, modern television. I kind of like that, but it's expensive. 500, motherfucker. 500. I like that stupid thing, though. I kind of want to buy it. A Cappy rug, the free scrap kit. Oh, I didn't get it, huh? The shop has been updated. Oops. Look into the future. Slocum Survivor outfit bundle. Survivor outfit, Survivor headwear, donut box loot bag. Donut box loot bag. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty. I love the kitty. Yeah, I'm just love attacking her. I love this kitty. I tell her every minute of every day that I see her, I'm just like, I love you. You're like my soulmate, kitty. Goodbye. She's like, you smother me, and I'm like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Looking around for anything that might stand out. There's Sheeper Shelters, which I should save for. Like, there's a Rousseau shelter. I could have gotten it for 1,200, but I don't know. Challenges for weeklies was scrap junk to produce circuitry, kill dogs, kill mirelurks, kill scorched. Oh, mystery magazine package. What's that? Mystery magazine package. Oh, it's a magazine package. Nice. Cool. Now there's like some kind of event. Oh no, I guess not. Back on the beat. No. Oh, Morgantown, huh?
Those dear hearts and gentle people are out there, everyone. And
oh, the Mothman
wherever
Equinox,
they are,
yeah.
that's where home is. Don't forget that, okay?
I like this one.
Children, listen well. 3 pyres have been placed throughout the Wise One's home. Their light is a vital catalyst to our ritual. The dim ones have attempted to contain our light.
What the fuck was that? There was like 6
Destroy
dudes
their
ran by.
minds encircling each pyre before we proceed. Each pyre is attended by a Wise One's observer. Only when the vines have been destroyed will the observers instruct you on your next task. Hurry now, children. His patience does not run as deep as his wisdom.
Did you crack open a Nuka-Cola for that? I sure did. Also, I am running super low on Nuka-Cola. Donations are appreciated.
The ritual site had been prepared. The summoning shall commence once each of the pyres has been lit. Go, ignite the flames as I release the dust of our wise one into the air. Ah, yes. The flames of our pyres ignite the moth dust. It offers enlightenment, however brief it may be. Breathe, children! Breathe!
See the world now through his eyes, children. Let the dust and flames and fumes fill you. Let it soak into your throats. Let it show you the truth. But prepare yourselves, for the heretic jinn ones will be enraged by this vision. The reality of our wise one will send them into a frenzy. You must protect our sacred lights, the pyres, from those wretched fiends. Without the fire's glow, our guest may refuse our invitation.
These iPods are definitely the best headphones I've ever used. There's something about the way they like AI balance how much sound is coming in, so you never get blasted out by some dude talking too much or whatever. I just fixed the sound settings, I think, because yeah, some of this is turned down too much. Like the music should be up, and the radio should be up. World radios can be up because I'm not streaming to YouTube. Everything but the chat.
All you see before you, the sky. No matter its shape, man or beast, these twisted shadows all serve the will of the false one.
I love how high I could jump. It's fucking awesome. Burbone.
The foul dim ones are headed toward the waterside pyre, children. You must protect it. These unwavering fools attack from all sides. Leave no pyre unguarded. Leave no heretic left standing. Do you feel it? The wise one draws near. He awaits our signal. Quickly, children, return to me upon the museum's rooftop. We must invite him to us to show him our love and our gratitude. Dance, sing, shout, expel bile from your gut. Show emotion.
You hear us, wise one? Wise Mothman.
You have accepted our invitation.
We are meager insects before your intellect. Come, children. Allow the wise
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, I got a level. 15,000 caps, not bad. I am not sprinting. Oh, it's because I'm over encumbered? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, how did I teleport here then?
Warp drive active.
Oh, I'm going to... Well, yeah, I'm going the right way. Right? Yeah, I'm going the right way. Then no. Okay, and oh, and Shrouded got its thing, huh? Oh, okay. Let's learn more. Shrouded got Wake of the Water update. You know the drill. If you read this, use the word wet in your comment to get a virtual nod of approval from us. Comment? There's a comment. Can I make a comment here? And I'll just say wet right off the bat. Rate up. Discuss. Cool.
You know the drill. If you read this, use the word wet in your comment to get a virtual nod of approval from us. Greetings.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety of websites, including news sites, blogs, fan fiction, publications, textbooks, school and course materials. You know the drill. If you read this, we are very excited to finally release Wake of the Water, our brand new update, which adds dynamically simulated. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety of websites, including news sites, blogs. You know the drill. If you We are very excited to finally release Wake of the Water, our brand new update, which adds dynamically simulated water to Enshrouded, as well as an entire new playground filled with watery goodness, and scaly Evil Vale water basin. Located between the Black Mirror and the Alldayerrydaybaby summits, this new high-level area is full to the brim with beautiful beaches, forgotten temples, underwater ruins, and much more. First, as usual, here is a trailer introducing the update if you're a visual learner kind of hero. Wake of the Water is our most ambitious update so far and the changelog is significant, so strap in, you're gonna be here for a while. But if you're in a hurry or you don't want to read, you'll find the customary highlights in video format here. Changelog for update #7v.0.9.0.0. The revision of update #7 is 844,087. Highlights. Dynamically simulated water. It is finally here. Update 7 Wake of the Water introduces a whole new way of experiencing the world of Ember Vale. Water is now available for all players, both as part of the exploration and as a new tool for base building. Jump headfirst into one of the many vast new lakes and explore the mysterious world hidden beneath the surface, discover treasure, and dig up new and unique resources. But don't just enjoy water as a new region to explore, take it home to your base. Build with it and let it flow through your gardens and living rooms.
Oh wow.
Ember Vale update. 1. In all biomes of Ember Vale, water has been added in the form of naturally occurring ponds and lakes. While early areas of Ember Vale have only smaller bodies of water, later areas, and especially the newly added biome, boast vast and deep lakes. 2. Water in Ember Vale is not only for decoration, but it also adds a completely new layer of exploration and new challenges. With limited oxygen, players need to weigh risks and rewards while searching for exclusive resources and loot chests in the depths of the lakes. Water gameplay highlights. 1. The ability to swim and dive in open water has been added to all Flameborn, no need to unlock it. 2. While diving, managing the remaining oxygen adds a strategic element to exploration. Keep your eyes open for additional ways to increase the time underwater, such as equipment, food and others. 3. Using weapons or other means of combat is not possible underwater, so stay vigilant and avoid any close encounters with dangerous foes, or step outside to finish what they started. 4. In Enshrouded, water is a fully dynamic, simulated part of the world. Flameborn can redirect flowing water, create new canals and waterways as they see fit. Fishing. 1. With this update, fishing is also introduced as a new activity and source of cooking and crafting materials, and depending on your luck, also other goodies. Common fish can be fished in all open waters with any bait. More interesting catches have a higher chance at specific fishing spots and when using more refined bait. Watch out for suspicious turbulences on the water surface indicating fish-rich areas. 2. The first fishing rod is craftable in the personal crafting menu. Better fishing gear is available from the Huntress, Athalan Scree and from a new survivor who specializes in fishing and who can be found in the new Vale water basin. He will also help with providing better bait. Building with water. 1. As part of the crafting progression, several new tools and placeable props have been introduced that allow adding, removing and transporting water. Some of them can be used deliberately on demand, others operate automatically over time. 2. Water can be used to rotate water wheels and thereby power new crafting factories. 3. Water gates are now available, allowing players to control the flow of water through their base. 4. Some new farm crops can only grow when covered in water. A new biome, the Vale Water Basin. 1. Update 7 introduces a completely new biome, expanding the journey for high-level Flameborn.
Another
Located between the
biome.
Alldayerrydaybaby summits and the Black Mirror, a dense tropical forest sprawls between large lakes and rivers, covering ancient ruins and dark secrets. 2. A new kind of enemy lurks within the dense forests and blue waters of Vale Water Basin, the Hateful Drak. 3. Numerous new resources can be found among the trees and in the ground of the new areas, leading to a host of new items, recipes, building blocks, armors, plant seedlings, decorative props for the player base and many, many more. 4. This, of course, comes with plenty of new quests and rewards, farm animals, survivors, and skill points. Next tier of progression. 1. The new maximum level for Flameborn is now 45. 2. New and more powerful versions for all weapon types will drop from enemies and chests.
Wow.
Lore weapons
Or
can now
level
be
I am.
freely crafted at every tier, once unlocked. 3. The next level of armor can be crafted. In the new biome, new armors are available both as sets and as individual armor pieces tailored for specific gameplay purposes. 4. New skills can be unlocked in various areas of the skill tree. 5. Additional spells are available for mags, also, new arrows are available for ranged combat. 6. New potions and foods can be crafted and produced. Great swords. 1. With great swords, a completely new weapon type is now available.
Ooh, new
Great swords can now be found in chests starting in the very first biome.
Oh, cool.
Additionally
Great
to
sword,
new weapon, new
weapon
skills,
type.
item perks and supportive armor
Ooh,
pieces
great
are now
sword.
available. Combined, this creates many options to hone player builds towards this new gameplay. Important updates, it's like highlights, but different. Update 7 introduces some very significant changes to the gameplay experience. As it is always best to be prepared, here are some of the biggest changes. Balancing update. 1. Weapons, shields, armors, rings and food buffs have received a big overhaul. 2. All weapons, rings, shields and armor have been checked for inconsistent stats, incorrect perks and other issues. 3. Weapons have been re-evaluated in terms of stats and perks to better match their appearance and fantasy. 4. Durability has been increased for all weapons, and durability now increases correctly with the level and quality of weapons. 5. HP, mana and stamina regeneration have been rebalanced. While the overall regeneration rate is lower, more items now give access to regeneration boosts, allowing players to tweak their builds for powerful regeneration if they so choose. 6. The item details UI has been improved. Stats and details are now much easier to read with a cleaner overall look. 7. Lore weapons can now be crafted on each tier once they have been unlocked. Additional lore weapons have been added to the game. With rebalanced stats, lore weapons are now a real option for players to fill gaps in their arsenal until more powerful loot has been found. 8. More enemy weapons are now dropping from enemies at all tiers. Enemy weapons can now drop at any quality level, up to legendary. Treasure chest rework. 1. The drop chances in all treasure chests have been reworked to significantly increase the chances for epic and legendary weapons in silver and especially in gold chests. For more details, check the Game World and Quests section of the changelog. 2. Silver and gold chests can now drop one additional item on top of what already dropped in previous versions of the game. 3. Treasure chests now save their state for a fixed amount of in-game time. This means that emptied chests stay emptied, even when players return to the main menu and load the world again. Water pouches and crafting with water. 1. Water pouches have been reworked. As water is now a simulated part of the world, the water as consumable and resource for recipes has also been reworked. For pouches, this means that they now have a fill state of water instead of simply representing a static portion as previously. As a consequence, the item can no longer stack in the backpack. Existing stacks have been converted while keeping the amount of water up to the maximum fill state of the new pouch. 2. Water pouches can be filled in many places in the world, open water, wells, water barrels and even crafting factories if they carry water. 3. Crafting factories that produce items with water as part of the recipe now contain the ability to store water themselves. If the water container is empty, they can also rely on the water in nearby wells or the reworked water pouches. Water-related protection features. 1. The Flame Altar has a new feature, it can remove all simulated water in a base with one button press. This can be useful in case the base was either flooded from nearby lakes or when a happy accident happened during building with water. We all have that one friend who likes to flood the base when everyone is offline. 2. Server hosts can now set up a new default guest role called Visitor. This role prevents terraforming outside the base, making it harder to do mischief with water sources outside the base. As always, dedicated server admins can freely add or remove the new setting in custom visitor roles. 3. Added access to water gameplay related features to the corresponding server roles. 4. Flame altars always have oxygen bubbles around them, letting players teleport and respawn safely. This will come in handy for the inevitable Atlantis player builds we're expecting to see very shortly. Respawning at save points. 1. Previously, when logging out of the game and then re-entering, Flameborn always found themselves in the last visited base. With Update 7, players will now respawn at either the last visited base or at the last visited save point. This allows parties to take a break during a hollow hall run and then continue their adventure from the last visited save point within the halls. Still working on it. 1. We will watch very closely how water behaves for the players, and we will continue to improve the simulation with feedback coming from the community. 2. Work on improving the performance, especially around water simulation and when traveling through the new biome, remains a top priority. 3. After the significant update of both the balancing and stats of gear and the increased drop chances for high-quality weapons, we will continue to monitor the game feel, observe the changes and what parts still need tweaking. Make sure you share your feedback. 4. Balancing the Fell Dragon Youngling is an ongoing topic for the team. While we want to have a challenging highlight, we are also aware that this boss can be an obstacle in the progression for some players. While we monitor the situation, remember that the game offers tools to make your life easier in this challenge, including boss-specific tweaks in the difficulty settings. 5. We are fully aware that the shader compilation times are a major pain point for many. Work on improving the situation started a while back already, but the rework is not yet on the stability level we need. We will continue to work on this with a high priority. Change log. Water.
I don't mind it. I don't mind the cache
Water
shaders.
has been added as a dynamically simulated gameplay
I like that you
element.
cache shaders every
It can be
single
found in
time.
the open world in lakes, ponds and similar, and it can be freely added and removed by players in their bases. Only in bases will placed, removed or redirected water be saved. 2. The movement abilities of the player character have been extended, and they now include swimming, diving and new underwater interactions. 3. Pathfinding and movement support have been added for water-based and amphibious enemies. 4.
Wow.
Reworked land-based enemies, farm animals, pets and survivors to avoid water if possible and to react correctly should they get fully submerged. 5. Reworked water pouches and crafting recipes using water to strengthen the connection between water as a crafting resource and the simulated water of the game world. Game world and quests. 1. A new region has been added to the game world, Vale Water Basin. It can be reached through the Black Mirror region and through the Alldayerrydaybaby summits. Enemy levels suggest a level 35 character with good equipment. This vast new area is home to abandoned human settlements, dense tropical forests, half-sunken ancient ruins, dangerous wild beasts and the deadly drac. And if you dare venture into this unknown part of the world, bring a towel. 2. The level of the flame can now be raised to 9, if the necessary ingredients for the flame altar have been found. 3. Added many smaller and larger lakes and ponds to the previous biomes. 4. Added numerous fishing spots all over the open waters of Embervale.
Fishing.
5. The drop chances in all treasure chests have been reworked. The chance for legendary weapons has been significantly increased in silver and golden chests, respectively, with even higher chances in the shroud variations for each chest. Epic weapon drop chances have also increased for all silver and gold chests. While the chances for rare weapons are almost the same for silver chests, they are significantly reduced for gold chests. Uncommon and common weapons drop chances have been lower in the silver chests. 6. Armor and rings are no longer dropped from gold chests. This change increases the overall reliability of loot from the golden chest. 7. Silver and gold chests can now drop one additional item on top of what already dropped in previous versions of the game. 8. Fixed numerous level design issues all over Embervale, such as frustrating terrain topologies, incorrectly placed objects, incorrect loot drops, and enemies or wildlife not spawning as intended. 9. Further improved and polished points of interest in the Kindle Wastes region. 10. Reworked the settlement Shore Watch in the Kindle Wastes. 11. Reworked the shroud areas south of the Pikesmead City area. 12. Fixed an issue that caused less roaming wildlife in the Nomad Highlands than intended. 13. Reworked collection quests to guide players correctly through the steps when they found quest-related objects before the quest was triggered. 14. Added more measurements to ensure that entering and exiting climbing walls at the top work as intended. 15. Mud and lava areas now play correct bubble sounds. 16. Fixed a potential death trap when falling into a hole in the Jasper Isles. Gameplay and combat. 1. Raised the maximum level for play characters to 45. Accordingly, the new maximum level for weapons is 50 after full upgrading. 2. Added a fishing minigame. All the player needs is a fishing rod, some bait and open water. For really impressive catches, look out for disturbed water surfaces, indicating especially promising fishing spots. 3. Added several new skills to the skill tree. 1. Upward/attack allows an in-air attack with each melee weapon when an attack is performed in the first half of a jump arc. 2. Splash dash forward lunge while swimming or diving. 3. Whirlwind Crescendo allows two-handed weapons to trigger a whirl attack at the end of the attack's chain. You're allowed to yell Demashara when you do it. 4. Kick. When attacking out of block with any melee weapon, this skill now triggers a kick that deals stamina damage to enemies and interrupts enemy spell casting. If there is any madness that needs to be dealt with swiftly. 5. Fisherman's Resolve increases fishing endurance by 30%. This allows extended battles with hooked fish. 6. Wet Dog / Wetter Dog reduces the stamina and stamina regeneration reduction from the wet and soaking wet debuff from 50% to 25%. Very handy. Brief reminder that you can respec your skills at the nearest altar. 7.
Oh.
Titan Edge damage with the Great Sword is increased by an additional 10%. 8. Last Meal food buffs persist through death, but they last half as long.
Oh.
9. Expose Weakness landing a critical strike with daggers increases damage dealt to the enemy by 25% for 3 seconds. 10. Magical Damage Resistance / 1 for each magical damage type reduces magical damage received by 5% for the selected type. 11. Shared Misery. When receiving shroud damage, all players in a 20-meter range receive plus 15% increased shroud resistance for 30 seconds. 12. Righteous Fire. Healing with a spell triggers a burst of fire that deals 50% of the heal amount to nearby fell enemies. We see you, Battle Medic players. 13. Divine Surge. Healing spells can now critically strike, increasing the amount of healing received. 4. The skill rebound has been rebalanced. The stamina regeneration increase has been lowered from plus 50% to plus 30%. 5. The skill blink has reduced stamina costs. It now costs 20 stamina per usage. 6. Added new craftable spells for the new tier. 7. Added new weapon gems for the new tier. Sorry, no list, this is long enough, you're barely halfway. 8. All weapons received a slight durability boost. And more importantly, durability now increases correctly with higher weapon levels and gains an additional increase on top of that per item rarity. 9. The durability loss when hitting multiple enemies or objects with one attack is now limited. Only the first 5 enemies or objects hit by one attack are considered for durability loss. 10. Added a new level 4 spell, Firebolt, and adjusted the crafting costs for the first staff to give mags access to combat with staffs very early in the progression. 11. All previously released weapons, shields, wards, rings, armors and food items have been re-evaluated and most of them have been improved, tweaked, fixed or reworked to align better with their fellow items. Specifically, the following areas have been worked on. 12. Fixed instances of simply incorrect stats or nonsensical combinations of stats. 13. Fixed instances where unlockable perks were too repetitive or felt uninspired. 14. Many weapons, especially on higher tiers, now have more interesting combinations of stats and perks to give players more gameplay options in combat. 15. Fixed instances where the name or visuals of a weapon suggest a fantasy or theme of the weapon, but the stats and perks didn't support that fantasy or theme well enough. Now the ice daggers will actually be icy. 16. Improved consistency of stats. As an example, weapons based on physical damage now always have 100% physical damage, and elemental weapons now always deal 50% of their damage with one of the elemental damage types. 17. Several new enemy weapons can now drop from their wielders. In this update, all enemy weapons can now drop in all areas in which the enemies can be found. Plus, the quality level can go up to legendary, making these weapons a true option for high-end player builds. 18. Each lore weapon that the player has unlocked can now be crafted at the corresponding crafting survivor. An improved version of the recipe is available for every following crafting tier. This allows players to bridge gaps in their equipment rosters should the dice rolls of loot chests fail to provide what is urgently needed. Note, crafted weapons are intentionally less impressive stats-wise than looted high-quality items, but they are designed to have the needed impact, at least until a better weapon comes along. 19. Treasure chests now save their state for a fixed amount of in-game time. This means that emptied chests stay emptied, even when players return to the main menu and load the world again. Change is scary, we know. 20. The regeneration of health, mana and stamina has been globally reduced. In general, it could be observed that the regeneration was too efficient, especially when several sources of regeneration have been stacked in high-tier character builds. However, that being said, The overall reduction widened the options for game design to add interesting regeneration bonuses and perks onto new items on all levels and for all classes. It is still possible to create very strong regeneration builds with the right combination of items, should players be in favor of this particular playstyle. Also, the early game has been considered specifically to make sure that, especially stamina regeneration, does not become a bottleneck. 21. Wands now have more inherent mana regeneration. The regeneration also increases with weapon rarity and tier on top of the increased base regeneration. 22. Wards, the mage shields, now feature inherent mana regeneration, increasing with each tier. 23. Overall, more armor pieces and rings now have regeneration stats. 24. The stats on food have been reworked. It now contains, among other balancing improvements, more options for improved regeneration. 25. Reduce the stamina debuff of the status exposed by 50%. This status appears when player characters venture into the night without even a jumper on. 26. Reduce the stamina cost for wall climbing. Especially in the early game, the previous stamina costs of climbing too often meant that players had to wait at the bottom of the ladder or wall, which was not much fun. 27. Player characters now respawn at the last visited save point when they re-enter the world instead of the last visited player base. This lets you take a break during a hollow haul run as an example. 28. The damage of magical weapons is now correctly increased by passive skills for elemental damage. 29. Increased the projectile damage for the Fire Wisp companion. Also, the final explosion of the Wisp is increased significantly. 30. Wards now show their color in accordance with their highest resistance. 31. A new upgrade is now available for the grappling hook tool, specifically for underwater gameplay.
Oh, cool.
It allows using it to pull the character towards hook anchors underwater, and to remove debris and barricades in certain locations. 32.
Wow.
Targeting selection has been improved for both soft lock and hard lock. 33. Combat attacks can now trigger a full body hit reaction that staggers enemies and interrupts their ongoing attacks. 34. Humanoid enemies can now open doors in the pursuit of player characters. Remember, survivor NPCs can do that, why shouldn't the fill, too? 35. The jump behavior of enemies has been improved to decrease situations in which enemies forget that they can jump after all. 36. The scavenger matron's poison flask attacks can now be cured with antidote potions as intended. 37. Fixed several minor visual issues with the scavenger hound of the nightly scavenger patrols. 38. The collider of the player character has been improved for gliding, sneaking and for diving. Multiplayer. 1. Hosts of dedicated servers can now configure filtering tags that help players who are looking for a new server to join to find a perfect match. Tags include looking for players, base building, exploration, roleplay, and also individual language tags for the language spoken on the server. Please read the enshrouded_server_iadm.txt for more information. Respectfully yours, people who write documentation. 2. Reworked the join menu to make use of the new dedicated server tags for filtering the server list. Additionally, filtering for voice and text chat requirement has been enabled. 3. Admins now have two options to remove misbehaving players from the server. 1. Kick players. This removal option was already available in previous versions of Enshrouded. It is a quick and simple kick from the server, and it allows clients to rejoin the server once the host has opened a new session. 2. Ban players. This new method removes players from the server and adds them to a persistent blacklist. Should they attempt to rejoin the server in the future, they will automatically be rejected by that server, unless the admin removes the name from that list. Note, banning is available both for peer-to-peer hosts and dedicated servers. 4. Added a UI widget for adding selected players to the ban list, viewing the ban list and for unbanning players.
Aww.
5. Added a new permission setting for server hosts, allowing or disallowing terraforming or interactions with the open world outside of bases. The new permission is set to not allowed in the newly available visitor role that admins can use for players on their servers. 6. Added the visitor role as an option for peer-to-peer hosts and made it available as a preset in the configuration file for dedicated server admins. 7. Further improved the dedicated server details view when selecting a server from the list in the join menu. 8. Fixed an issue that caused several friends playing on one peer-hosted server to show up incorrectly in the join menu. 9. Improved the network code of Enshrouded. The game now better detects changing network conditions, which helps to adapt to higher or lower pings and bandwidth in real time. The goal is always to provide the best possible experience, depending on the quality of the connection. 10. Expanded server permissions for the usage of water gameplay-related items and tools. User interface. 1. With this update, input customizations have received a major improvement. Note, please excuse the change of some of the default bindings, as it might disrupt your muscle memory. We reviewed the control schemes globally and made adjustments in response to community feedback, and also for consistency and maintainability. 2. The game now allows customization of menu actions. 3. The game now allows customization of input modalities, meaning players can now define whether an input triggers its action on tap or long press and similar cases. 4. Exposed some gameplay actions for customization that were not previously available. 5. Rework the key /button reading menu, among others, with these changes. 1. Added indication of conflicting bindings, and the ability to jump to or between issues. 2. Added indication of changed bindings for a more convenient overview. 3. Cleaned up mixed use of gameplay actions and menu actions, which were previously prone to cause conflicts. 6. Reworked the UI in the item details menu to allow a better overview and to have a cleaner overall look. 7. Added support for the display of remaining oxygen time underwater and other water-related UI elements. 8. Improved tooltips for primary and main attributes in the attributes screen. It now includes individual contributors to better inform players of the various sources that constitute the buying site. 9. Includes the item compare widget. It now excludes ingredients and aligns the thumbnail image directly. 10. Adds the information of new content to the attributes menu, such as the new weapon type, new damage modifiers, oxygen, new contributors to the rest of us and others. 11. Chests or crafting factory interactions with controller input no longer use separate right stick bindings for backpack /storage and backpack /action bar transfers. Instead, the quick move action, which is still on the Y button by default, now shows its transfer direction and allows adjusting it while the button is held. The last used direction is maintained, so the button press can now easily repeat your current intention. 12. When jumping from the journal to the position of the survivor on the world map, the survivor is now correctly pre-selected in the survivor widget. 13. A survivor position can now be used to create a waypoint. This allows easy allocation of survivors in large player bases. 14. Fixed minor glitches with tooltips on the world map. 15. Fixed the display of the shroud protection gained from equipment in the character attributes menu. 16. Includes several rooms around the topic of armor and protection in the character attributes menu. The term susceptibility has been exchanged with resistance and the values have been inverted accordingly. 17. Updated the insertion, extraction, and upgrading menus of Gem Forge to provide a cleaner layout and easier access to necessary information. 18. The custom map marker widget in the world map now shows the number of currently placed markers and the maximum. 19. Hint recipes are now